Morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting of the College of Psychologists and Behaviour Analysts of Ontario. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:03. Start the meeting with a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land our college's office is on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat. This land is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that the area now called Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. We thank the Mississaugas of the Credit and all Indigenous peoples throughout history who have cared for this land since its beginning. Our college recognizes the historical and ongoing oppression of Indigenous peoples on Turtle Island and strives to work towards the goals of reconciliation, indigenization, and decolonization in relationship with Indigenous peoples across what we now call Ontario. Before starting the meeting, a couple of comments on the meeting, particularly for those who might be watching the meeting online. Some have heard that the council is an open meeting, wanting to have a voice. Regulatory council meetings are open to the public so that the work of the council is transparent to the public. By open to the public, it does not mean the public can participate. Before COVID, the public would come to the room, sit or stand and watch the meeting. The public has never been able to participate. Regulatory bodies do not ask for public input during meetings for bylaws, policies, and procedures. We do and will ask for public input on changes to regulations. The government asks for public input on changes to legislation. Council meetings have never been for public input, even from its registrants. It is the time for council to debate and make decisions. Now, to begin the meeting, I would like to start us off with a motion for the approval of agenda. So before that, are there any concerns or questions about the agenda for the meeting? Okay. Not seeing anything, then I will ask for a motion for the approval of the agenda. Moved by Scott, seconded by Conrad. All in favor? Against? Next, we have an update on the conflicts of interest. Now, start with me here for a moment. We have with us in the appendix, actually, a list of all of the conflicts of interest for the various members of the College Council. People have declared. Are there any updates from those declarations on conflicts of interest? Any concerns raised from some of the conflicts of interest that are noted? Not hearing anything, I'll move us on. We have the minutes of the council meeting from the June 20th, 2025. Are there any concerns, questions, corrections with regard to the minutes of that council meeting? Not hearing any, I will ask for a motion for the approval of the minutes of that meeting. Moved by Ken, seconded by Kay. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Moving us on to the review of the council action list, which starts on page 15 of our material. And if I could ask our Registrar and Executive Director, Dr. Tony DeBono, to walk us through the council action list.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and thank you to the council. I'd also really like to thank the team behind the scenes who's really behind all of the work. So thank you to the directors who are here and to Odessa for all of her leadership. You'll note a number of the items we have on the agenda today. You'll also note that we're really focusing on specific dates as well, based on feedback from council. So you'll see target dates in a number of areas. We will have a few that will remain in process, and happy to speak to those, but a number of them are either completed or on agenda, so happy to speak to them.
Are there any questions or comments about the items and the updates listed on the that list? Not hearing anything. I will bear with me here for a moment. I'll move us on to the council meeting 2025.02 valuation review. Starts on page 17 of our materials. I would like to ask if the council has any questions or concerns raised about the material in that council meeting evaluation summary. Not seeing anything. I'll move us to the consent agenda. And I sent a message to the council meeting indicating that we have more items on the consent agenda than we would typically do in order to free up time on our agenda for other discussions. I asked that the council members review that material, and that if there were any materials in there that they wanted to have a question on or comment on or discussion on, to raise that, and we will pull that out of the agenda, the consent agenda, and set it aside for a separate discussion. That is the nature of a consent agenda. And any item in there that you want to have pulled, I want to hear about it now. Not hearing anything. I will ask for a motion to pass the items on the consent agenda. Moved by Fred, seconded by Glenn. All in favor? Consent agenda items passed. Moving us on to, challenge here with my, okay, next. We have a in-camera item. Those who may not be familiar with the procedure. When the College Council receives a legal opinion, that is generally, information is generally discussed in camera, which means that we interestingly turn the camera off during in camera, and then we will put it back on after the information, after receiving the information that we sharing the information we received from our lawyer. So that will be for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. And so we will be putting our cameras on hold during that time, and coming back. As I say, we expect to be coming back in 10 to 15 minutes after the council has received and asked questions about the material we received from our lawyer. So I'll ask Sissa to please. Sorry, motion to go into camera. Ken, seconded by Rachel. All in favor? Motion passed. We'll be moving into in-camera session. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody watching this, for your patience as we received information from our lawyer about current circumstances. Want us to move us on now to item 4A on our agenda. We have it listed for 40 minutes. It may take a bit longer than that. And it's about registration modernization, regulatory amendment requests. Material is all available starting on page 74 of the package of material. The material is available online or our website. It has been available through to the college council members to review prior to the meeting. According to Kesey's parliamentary procedure, which is the one that we follow, I should not be involved in our debates, but chair the debates. But I can make opening remarks, provide a frame of reference to the debate. If you will bear with me for a few minutes, I'd like to say a few words when we start these discussions. There has been considerable discussion within psychology, both in Ontario and elsewhere in our country, about the conversations we are having today. Just yesterday, the registrar and I received a thoughtful, cogent, clear letter, joint letter from the Ontario Psychological Association and the Canadian Psychological Association. I think the feedback we've gotten from our registrants and from other stakeholders has been clear, direct, and at times very passionate. It's certainly important for us to hear these thoughts and opinions. I'm very thankful for all those who have reached out to us. Those of you who might have known me before my assuming this role as college president would have known that I have long been a strong proponent of the doctoral standard as the minimum standard for independent practice of the profession. I certainly believed it to be the most appropriate level of training to ensure the breadth and depth of training to provide a broad range of services to the public citizen. I've advocated for that belief for over 30 years, both at the provincial and the federal level. This is not about my personal beliefs. What I mean to say is, I believe that to be in the best interest of protecting the public is not definitionally the only way to think about these issues. Our government has been very clear that they want us to think about this from a different perspective. Under the Regulated Health Professions Act, in the Health Professions Procedural Code, Schedule 2 of the Act, it describes the duty of this college and other colleges as it is the duty of the college to work in consultation with the minister to ensure, as a matter of public interest, that the people of Ontario have access to adequate numbers of qualified, skilled, competent, regulated health professionals. That is the duty of the legislation. So let's go back to first principles. What is a government-regulated health profession, or any regulated profession? It's about protection of the public. The government knows that anybody that uses the title of a profession has met the standards to use the title. They also know that if a citizen in the province has a concern about the services that they receive from an individual, they have a government agency they can complain to and respond to. Those are the two primary mechanisms a regulatory authority uses to protect the public. The politicians that form the government at some point decided a profession needs to be regulated to protect the public. They determine which professions are to be regulated or not. In 1961, Ontario was the first to do that in Canada for the regulation of psychology. Our elected officials pass the legislation, our government then provides oversight. As such, our government oversees regulatory bodies that were set up by the politicians through government to protect the public. The regulators report to and are responsible to government. In effect, government determines the definition of a profession. My personal belief that maintaining the highest possible standard for entry into the profession is a primary mechanism for meeting the public interest. That is, ensuring the highest standards protect the public. Ensures the people who don't meet that standard don't provide the service. The message we're hearing from our government is that's not their interpretation. It is ensuring about the people of Ontario have access to adequate numbers adequate numbers of qualified, skilled, competent psychologists. I'll get back to the word competent in a couple of minutes. By determining what is the standard for someone entering into the profession, you are, in effect, determining who gets to be a psychologist and who does not get to be a psychologist. What we have to remember is that the higher the bar, the fewer people are able to access services in Ontario. What some of us would see as protecting the public is seen as others by barriers to the people of Ontario seeing a psychologist. How do we determine who's competent? A mutual recognition agreement was signed by the then 11 psychology regulatory bodies in the country in 2001. The purpose was to establish the conditions under which a psychologist who is allowed to practice without supervision in one Canadian jurisdiction will have those qualifications recognized in another jurisdiction. To do this, each Canadian jurisdiction agreed to assess the candidates for entry to practice according to 5 competencies: interpersonal relationships, assessment evaluation, intervention consultation, research, ethics and standards. Each Canadian jurisdiction determines the psychologist is competent in all 5 of those, and every other jurisdiction agrees that psychologist is now competent in their jurisdiction. In Ontario, we have amongst the highest standards for entry into the profession, perhaps the highest standards. We've done this with the idea that protecting the public is best done by having higher standards. The government disagrees. If you take a look at the objects of the college, among the 10 objects, you will not see maintaining the highest standards of the profession, ensuring the greatest skill of the psychologists, ensuring excellence of care, or maintaining the broadest training possible. Those are not the objects of an RHPA college. What we often see as protecting the public by high standards for who gets to be a psychologist is being questioned by government. What we're being asked is why is that other jurisdiction can deem someone to meet the same basic minimal competencies without the additional barriers Ontario has for entering the profession. The model is that the higher standards you have, they become seen as unnecessary barriers to registration by others. The government is questioning what they see as barriers to registration by otherwise competent people. And how do they know those people are competent? Because they can get registered in another jurisdiction. Our government has heard more than one story of someone who has been turned down for registration in Ontario, move to another jurisdiction, become registered in that jurisdiction after a year or so, and come back to Ontario as a psychologist. The government wants to know why we've set our standards such that we are forcing people to do that. In the current climate, what would have been seen in the past as protecting the public is now seen as protecting the guild. You may have seen a recent Globe and Mail editorial from the editorial board entitled "The Slow Road to a Mobile Workforce," about the Premier's aim to reduce barriers for professionals coming to Ontario. The right to work legislation. They describe every province has gatekeepers within their own sets of rules and requirements. But, to quote the Globe editorial board, it's simply not believable that a provincial regulatory body might have standards so low, say that a veterinarian or a road supervisor would pose a threat to the public. In other words, do we see the lower standards for determining who has minimal competence for entry to be a psychologist elsewhere in Canada as a risk to the public? The Globe's editorial board is asking, do we believe other jurisdictions in the country have standards so low they are a threat to the public when they move here? If we were to move our standards that low, would we be causing a threat to public safety? In effect, I'm being told by colleagues that they believe our current higher standards keep people safe, and lowering the standards to that of another jurisdiction would put people at risk. I'm asked what evidence we have that this is not a risk to public safety. To be honest, we don't have that evidence. But the type of evidence people are asking about is not possible to obtain. For example, thankfully, complaints and disciplinary actions are very low base rate occurrences. We have thousands of registered psychologists in the province, and the number of new cases that go to discipline every year, you can count on your fingers. I'm thankful for that. We're dealing with predicting behaviors that are a very low base rate and often with different roles in the profession. In other jurisdictions, they've been dealing with this debt for decades, and there's no clear evidence of a greater risk to the public. I do want to mention a couple of things that people may not be aware of. For example, the majority of those registered in Ontario with a master's degree are able to use the title psychologist. There are a variety of reasons as to why this is the case related to federal free trade agreements. But it's only the minority of those with a master's degree who are still required to use the title psychological associate. Another important point is the very high quality of training we provide in Ontario. I believe we have the highest standard of training in this province. We have about half of all the accredited doctoral programs. But this has done little to increase access to psychologists. In 2021 data, we're ranked 8th out of 10 provinces in terms of number of psychologists per 100,000 providers. Ontario is 8th out of 10 provinces in accessing a psychologist, although we have half of the nation's accredited training programs. Some of the feedback we've gotten from psychologists is that if we were to do some of the things that we're envisioning, we would eliminate the need for someone to have a doctorate. That's not turned out to be the case elsewhere. And in fact, some of those provinces that do have a master's level access to be a psychologist have new accredited doctoral programs in those jurisdictions within the last few years. Another concern is that if we equate those of master's level registration, those of doctoral level registration, then the public would be confused, and that confusion would be harmful to the public. Use of the title doctor is not effective on this. So, well, we have no evidence that public harm by the hundreds of master's psychologists in our province is occurring. Organizations such as the hospital I had the good fortune to work in for over 30 years have continued to seek out doctoral psychologists because they realize their skill set is more consistent with the roles in the hospital. These positions are not disappearing and are still prevalent in Canadian jurisdictions that have master's level for the titles. I've heard that those with a master's degree, because of the limited time they have for training, fewer practical experiences, are incapable of having the same breadth of training. I believe that's likely accurate. However, if we deem them to be competent within the work they're doing, we have to remember it's incumbent on every regulated provider, no matter one's degree or profession, to know the limits of your competence, to work within the limits, and receive the necessary support if you ever work outside those limits. We all have limits on our scope and are all required to work within those limits, no matter how broad our scope. Finally, it's important to remember that the college was set up by government through legislation to report to the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health has a very clear direction for the college. That is, to ensure that people who get registered elsewhere in the country can get registered in Ontario. That's because they're competent in another part of the country, so they're competent in Ontario. For them, it's about our providing competent care to as many people as possible in the province. The council doesn't expect to meet that expected duty, then the ministry will note that and may react to that. Do I believe that these proposals will increase the risk to the public? Probably. Do I believe that these proposals will increase the risk to the public greater than other parts of the province? Probably other parts of the country, sorry. I don't think so. I think the risk is the same as other parts of the country. It is not a matter of risk or no risk, it's a matter of degree of risk. Do I believe these proposals will increase access to services for the people of Ontario? Probably. At the end of the day, Our college council duty is that, as a matter of public interest, that people have access to adequate numbers of competent psychology providers. The recommended recommendations we are being discussed are aimed at removing barriers to increase the number of providers for the people of Ontario. Determining competence consistent with other jurisdictions, I remind the council and those interested people watching us on YouTube that that is the primary duty of the college. Now, I've made my opening remarks. I will open up our council meeting for debate of the information that was provided to us. Jacob.
There's two clarifying questions that maybe you could speak to. You said the ministry might react. Could you clarify a little bit about what their options for that reaction might be? That would be my first question.
There are a wide range of possible options that it could be, as noted in the legislation and the health professions procedural code, up to and including, as has been seen in a number of different organizations across the province, the installation of a supervisor.
Okay.
Had a couple of questions.
Installation of a supervisor. I guess the other question I have then is, also I want to clarify our rules in this conversation, right? Thinking about public protection, right? And you pointed out that there were 10 pieces that the Office of the Affairs Commissioner presented to them. None of them were about quality of care, right? I want to make sure that I think it's within our scope to talk about that, even if the government didn't ask us to. I want to clarify that as well.
That is certainly, we can talk about that.
Absolutely. So quality of care and balancing that with access of services, I think is what we need to think about as we're deciding whether to implement this or not.
That is one of many things we need to think about.
Many things. What else would you recommend? Well, you pointed out a lot of things. So
Point
those are the two things that I think about, is quality of care and access to care, the two major components here. Okay. So just wanted to clarify those pieces.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Olivia.
Can you tell us a bit about what are the other jurisdictions in Canada that accept master's level psychologists?
At the present time, I may ask Lasha if there's some other, if I missed somebody, but I believe master's level providers can be registered in British Columbia as a psychological associate, in Alberta as a psychologist, in Saskatchewan as a psychologist, in Manitoba as a psychological associate, in Newfoundland as a psychologist, in Nova Scotia as a psychologist, and in PEI as a psychologist. And in the territories, I believe all three territories have access to the title psychologist with master's level registration. And Lasha's nodding her hand. He's the director of registration for the college, so I'm
Information.
comfortable.
Information
Yes.
to us. And then there's the federal employees who, although they don't have their own regulatory body, well, maybe you could comment. I'm asking, not trying to tell you.
Oh, I think you're asking, like, for example, in the correction.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, that would be psychologist as well. I'm less familiar with that, but I believe that's just one title.
Thank you.
And the argument there, if I could maybe just put a note of clarification, is that someone working for the federal government through corrections who works in one jurisdiction as a psychologist can move and provide that service in another jurisdiction as a psychologist with that title. And that's under the federal government. Thank you. Kay and then Jim.
Just as a curious note, when public goes online onto even College of Psychology and Behaviour Analysts website, they're searching for somebody who works in their area, are they able to separate master's level versus PhD level? And is that across every other province as well? Or are they only able to search as a psychologist? Because I understand in Ontario right now, the registered psych associates who are master's level. So do public have that search problem where they can search?
two comments on that. One is that they are able to, when they search, they're searching for a competent member of the profession, and it's independent about what the title that the person has or the level of education the person had in order to be able to provide that competent care. They just know that we have people, they have what their competencies are. And at the present time, it also lists areas of practice and patient populations on there. And for example, a pediatric neuropsychologist, but it doesn't, a pediatric clinical neuropsychology, but it doesn't lay out the title. And how it works in other provinces, I'm not sure, because a lot of what occurs on the websites is dictated by provincial in terms of what are really required and not required. We're also required to have, for example, it does list what somebody's education would be. And it also lists if there are any other disciplinary issues that should be noted. And but it doesn't sort of list it by title. So you can't search by masters versus doctors. Yes.
Thank you. And just to add just another piece, although you can't search by degree, when you search on that person's name, you can see the degree in which the registration is based upon and the institution, and it'll say the person's a psychological associate or a psychologist. You can't search by that, but it does provide that data. In other jurisdictions, because things like practice areas aren't in legislation, oftentimes it'll just say psychologist.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Jake.
So let's talk about quality of care, since I think that's the thing I want to talk the most about today. We're citing a lack of evidence that there's a difference as evidence of a lack of difference. And that concerns me a great deal.
Yeah.
A great deal. I know we're being pressured. I know we're being rushed into this. I am extremely uncomfortable making a change like this. Political winds of change blow in multiple directions. Today, this is where the political winds of change are going, and that's great. We need to respond to it, and we should respond to it in some way. We have to, right? However, if we don't know if this direction of where Canada is moving in terms of defining psychologists is beneficial or harmful, I don't feel comfortable making that decision today. I think we have gotten information from many advocacy groups, many of our registrants, and many people on council I've spoken to who are concerned about that change. And doing it because the other guys are doing it is not a good enough reason, right? Because 20 years from now, we might get told your quality of care is too low. And across Canada, we need to increase standards. I would like some evidence. And again, you say it's very hard to get this evidence, which I agree, but we have very smart people in this profession who know how to look for evidence of competency, who know how to look for evidence of difference in risk to the public and difference in care, quality of care at different levels. I can say anecdotally, I've absolutely heard from people that some of the, especially when it comes to assessment, I think is one area that might need to be especially looked into. And I'm wondering if we have any data on that. In any way. And I'm not just talking about discipline complaints, I'm talking about responses to complaints at a master's level who's doing assessments in Ontario and whether they're getting more SERPs, fewer no further actions, right? Are they being, do we need to give them further training? And I've heard anecdotally from other psychologists in Ontario and Alberta that the quality of assessments, they feel a difference. Again, I have no evidence for this either. This is anecdotal. I would love to know if it's true before I decide to pursue this. So that's one major area of concern for me. I'd like some evidence that it's not a risk. And I know we don't have one way or the other, any evidence.
Thank you. Ken and then Rachel.
Just so I situate myself, Mr. Chair, are we at the process of our comments in the context of the motion, or is this general?
This is general discussion before we move on.
So I think I've sort of written down what I think for me are 4 key points. I think one is there's this issue around the integrity of the doctoral program, and quite frankly, the time and effort that people put into that to get there. And I guess there's this view or perception that that program seems to provide more safety or better quality of care. I'm not sure where I'm at. but the master's program provides a minimal competency. It opens the door to more people in Ontario getting care during essentially a critical mental health time in our country and province. And my end result, I guess, is that as a public appointee, I'm put here not to rubber stamp government policy. But I understand the democratic process, and I'm still able to, I think, try and analyze the situation. And so I've come to the point, I guess, or my view is that we need to look after the people of Ontario. We need to provide service to people who aren't otherwise able to access it. B, that leads to the question, what is our role as a council? Our role there, I think, is no different than what it is now. To take the situation where we have more registrants and regulate those individuals so that we continue to assure that our primary mandate of protecting the people of Ontario is still there. We may not agree that the same quality of care is there. And I'm not sure about that, but I know that no care is not good quality of care. So I likely come down on the side that we need to just respectful of people that have done the doctorate. I'm respectful of those that have done the master's degree. I'm respectful of those people in Ontario who have tried to get care and have not been able to access it. And I'm also conscious of our role as appointees to council to ensure that we continue to protect people in Ontario. I won't need to speak any further on the motion.
Thank you. Rachel and then Kay and then.
Thank you. I think this is very complicated, as everybody here can probably agree with. And I think just to ground it a little bit, unlike medicine, for example, there has been no consistency in training programs across the country, right? So there's a huge diversity, and that's part of how we arrived here, right? There is no standardization, right? And the question here is, what is the minimum standard required to practice psychology in Ontario safely, right? This is an empirical question. I don't think we necessarily know the answer to that. If you look across the country, I think 7 jurisdictions have a master's level registration. And if you look at the website, the CPA website, they all have different requirements. And they're different to what we're proposing here. So we have a problem, right? We need to increase access, because if we don't, that's dangerous to the public. However, right, what is that minimum level? And I think to say that just because one province does it this way makes it safe, like Jacob said, a lack of evidence doesn't mean that a lack of evidence that it's harmful doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe. And I think we saw that early in COVID. We didn't know how COVID was going to affect pregnant women. We were told, don't worry about it, only later to find that it was not safe. So I think what troubles me about this is that it's being put as a dichotomy. It's either this or that. And I think we have the opportunity here to be very thoughtful about what is it that you need to practice psychology safely? And what does that look like? I think we have a lot of room to recognize that we have master's level clinicians who do an amazing job. And I'm honored to work with them, right? And at the same time, right, I think that we have to make sure that we're still enforcing a minimum standard. And I don't think we have enough information to say that. I think what I'm uncomfortable with is what's being proposed today. I don't feel like I've been given enough evidence to say, I feel comfortable with this and this is safe as is. I wish we had more time to have more thoughtful discussions about this. I wish we could collect more data. I understand that's not practical. Ultimately, I just feel very uncomfortable. And I think we have competing interests here between public safety and what is being pushed by the government and national and provincial geopolitical factors.
Okay, Marion and Glenn.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask this, but do we have any representation, master's level psychologists on our council?
No, it's just like so.
Am I invisible?
Okay, great, that's what I wanted to know.
Any other comment?
No,
No. All right, Marion.
I guess, in thinking this through and the issue of public protection, okay, so balancing that with public access. The public access is so important right now. And I think people recognize that they want practitioners in psychology. And so that is a compliment. So I think that the work that all registrants of the college do. And even, with a higher number of psychotherapists and other counselors and so on, people are still asking for psychologists. Registrants of the college are being recognized as key providers and having key roles and responsibilities in providing mental health services in a full scope. So I think that's fantastic, and we need to recognize that and think about how we then address public protection. And I don't think that we can take this as a standalone issue. We also have a number of processes in place. One of them is the standards and expectations for supervision. So when people do become registered, and I know that that is fairly new and a lot of people struggle with that. And as we are incorporating that into both private practice settings and public sector settings, people are starting to understand that this is a really good thing and it's a more robust process than we previously had. And I was one of those people who really had to work to figure out how to implement this in a public setting, in a large organization with many people. And so there's still work being done, but as people adopt those standards and expectations, they see that there is an increase in supervision and greater accountability for everyone involved, and that those records can be called upon. So in terms of public protection, I think we need to think about, it's a multi-pronged approach. The other piece that we have is the quality assurance and the peer assisted review. So that is also an ongoing piece. So I think we do also need to think about and remind ourselves what we have in place in terms of public protection. But also then if we need to enhance those pieces, we can do that along with all the other pieces as this rolls out, because this is a process in terms of ongoing scrutiny of how we do things and how we are protecting the public and supporting greater access.
Thank you. Glenn and then Scott.
There's three things here. This is not a debate about PhD versus MA, and it seems to keep taking that route. I personally support PhD, and I think it would be maybe aspirational as opposed to always practical for that to be minimum standard in terms of academic level. So it's not PhD versus MA. And anyone who denigrates PhD, including some of my MA colleagues, I have no part of that. I find it ridiculous. I personally strongly supported PhD. I wish I had one, but like many people, marriage, mortgage, and children sort of got in the way. So I got lost somewhere. We already have MA level registration. It's not a debate to begin it. And by the way, it's not MA alone. It's MA plus passing the oral and the EPPP, and 4 years supposed to be, I would agree, it's not always as it should be, 4 years supervised, close supervised practice prior to application for the registration process. That's like MA plus. And by the way, I don't personally support MA alone. The third thing Fairness Commission and government say we shouldn't end it. And as I was saying before, I was rightly correctly interrupted by straying off topic. I was appalled when council voted to end it. I said, well, I was the only person, I'd insisted on going on record as opposing it. I was then the non-voting psych associate. By the way, we don't have one now. We're entitled to one. I thought it was really short-sighted. And, you know, there are my 3 points. Things have already been made that I don't need to repeat. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
Thank you. First of all, I'm not here to carry the government's water. I want to make that clear. Okay. I'm just coming from, well, while the professional members have live experience, I have live experience working inside a government structure. It became quite clear a few years ago from this government, it was all about building capacity into the system, across the healthcare system, not just more doctors, more nurses. It was everything. It was all about building capacity. And that, I don't think that will change. I think that will be what's considered now because that's what the public wants. The public has made it quite clear. They've been quite vocal about the fact is I can't get service to this and check a box. It can be, I don't have a family doctor. Okay. Or I can't get into the hospital, whatever. Okay. And I appreciate the comment, Mary, about the fact we have a lot of guardrails already in place that protect the public. Okay. We know all about them. Maybe the public doesn't realize that's out there. But there is a lot internally. And I found that sitting on ICRC for almost 6 years now, that the public is protected in many ways through the system that we operate under. But where we are is, and this is not new. This goes back to 2011. It's just come to a head today after 14 years. We are being asked to make this decision. And in a perfect world, we would have data and we'd have all the facts and figures and everything else. I have news for you. Decisions are that if all you do is just kick it down the road. The province is saying you can't kick this can down the road any further. You've got to make a decision. You have to make some changes and you have to make some amendments. And if you're not prepared to do it, they will do it for you. And I've said, and I still have some scars to prove it. You do not want to get in that situation. I'm just going to make one final comment. How many people know about the, just give me a second because I'm having one of those moments. Local fire departments, okay? You do not want to get on the wrong side of the provincial the fire marshal. The fire marshal comes in and looks at your fire department or an issue that you have. You are in the black book forever. It just takes one case, just takes one complaint, just takes one situation where something was not done properly. And I don't have any letters behind my name. I have lived experience. I can tell you right now, I've listened to the public for over 2 decades. The message, loud and clear from the public, is we need more service. We need greater access to all forms of healthcare, including psychologists. That's all I have.
Jake?
So 2 points. I just want to also clarify, one about Glenn and sort of the other barriers or the other things we have in place to test competence and to train people up. Part of this conversation, and I think this is clear, would be removing the oral exam and removing the 4 years of extra training for master's level and reducing it down to just the one supervised practice year. I believe that's part of this conversation with changing the regulation, right? We're not keeping the standards we had. We're going to reduce those barriers, right? As part of the conversation. So I want to just clarify that point, right? We're simultaneously talking about, we're not simultaneously because we already have master's levels registration, as you said. We're talking about lowering the barriers and the checks for competency for those master's level solutions. That seems to be the structure of this conversation and the regulations we're putting in. So I want to clarify that because I think that's what we're actually talking about. Not whether we should have master's levels or not, but whether we should lower the standards for those master's level solutions. The second thing I want to ask is one of the arguments that we keep seeing from the advocacy groups is about psychotherapists and the College of Psychotherapists. And one thing that I want to just clarify as I get this, I have 2 points of clarification. The first point of clarification is Alberta, who has a comparable number of psychologists. Am I correct? They do not have a College of Psychotherapy. They have a College of Counseling that's supposed to start soon, but there's no College of Psychotherapists in Alberta. If someone could confirm that, but when I looked into it, that seems clear to me.
I'll ask our registrar to comment.
Actually, the College of Alberta Psychologists has been asked by the provincial government to take on the registration of psychotherapists. So it will be under the College of Psychologists.
Why is it not a compelling argument to the government? I guess is my question for the people who've spoken with the government representatives. It feels like a compelling argument to me to say that access to mental health care, psychotherapy, isn't just psychologists plus psychotherapists. When you add psychotherapists, which is a very large college, access to mental health services are strong. To me, what seems like missing is access to assessment services. And I don't see how allowing people who may not have the same training in assessments to take the title of psychologist will give access to assessments. People will work within their scope, like we said. That's a very compelling argument to me. We have strong access to psychotherapy, just not assessment.
I would, in answer to that, is that the 5 competencies that are minimum across all jurisdictions in Canada, one of those 5 competencies is a person has to be competent in assessment. So anybody who becomes registered in the college has to be competent in assessment. So bringing somebody in as a college member of the college would have to be competent in assessment. So that I want to clarify that. The other point is it's an interesting one, and you're right, it is one that we've heard in from different advocacy groups is why do we have to register them? Why can't they just get registered with the College of Psychotherapists? I think that's sort of like the flavor of the.
Not exactly the question I'm asking, actually.
No, I understand, but whenever one raises that, or the question you're raising, or other issues in relation to that question, what we hear from the government is you're not about other regulatory bodies. You're about your regulatory body, providing psychology services and access to psychology services. What other colleges, the access to members of other regulated professions is irrelevant. From the government's perspective, all of these are separate boxes. It's irrelevant. What's the issue is, what is the access to your profession? And what are you doing about increasing access to your profession?
That's what I'm asking then is, let's put professions aside and talk about protected acts for a moment.
Okay.
The access to the protected acts is the issue I'm talking about, right? The amount, and we have 2. We have psychotherapy, we have diagnosis. The access to psychotherapy is strong. And it is in college independent. And that's compelling to me. And I understand the government's telling us we're the regulators of psychology, but we're also being told you need to help increase access across the province to psychologists. But if we break it down into what we do, those 2 major pieces, psychotherapy is there. Why? I don't understand why we're being asked to increase access to one of the protected acts there's plenty of access to.
We are being asked, we are not being asked per se to increase access to controlled acts. We're being asked to increase access to psychological services.
Includes diagnosis and.
And anybody who gets registered will be competent in assessment, and that includes the communication of the diagnosis.
So I guess one last clarifying question then. For these jurisdictions that are already registering psychologists as competent in diagnosis and have approved master's programs and approved trainings, what are they for diagnosis? Because I think about the doctoral programs, even a PsyD program where it's 4 years. One of those years is entirely focused on a diagnostic practicum. A master's level can't have that much. Training can't have that much because it's only 2 years, right? Often. I know there's other levels of it. Where is that diagnostic training coming from at those other master's levels? Where is it coming from postdoctorally? And is the diagnostic quality as good? That's, I guess, really important questions.
Once again, you're talking about is the quality of the diagnosis.
So let's put quality aside. What is how is the competency of that developed?
And I ask, in terms of how it's developed, I think the question is more, how do we determine competence?
Yes.
A diagnosis. And I'm going to ask Lasha if she can speak to how we evaluate that for registrants, irrespective of their degree.
So regardless of whether someone is applying to our college with a master's or a doctoral level psychology degree, we are obligated to assess their graduate level coursework. So that could be master's or doctoral level coursework in certain subject areas. For example, psychopathology, psychological assessment. This is in our registration guidelines. So those are components of theoretical knowledge for the controlled active diagnosis. And then the period of authorized supervised practice is to include diagnosis. So throughout supervised practice, through supervisors' work appraisal forms, they're reporting on that and supervising that activity. So they get that experience in doing it through the period of authorized supervised practice, which is 1 to 2 years, depending on the individual.
So clarification, thank you. Clarification question was then, if we do match the as of right legislation and have that say, will those requirements still be in place? The coursework, the supervised practice, signing off on the competency of those kinds of things. Will we still have those requirements in place to judge that competency, even if we change the degree?
There is nothing in what we are looking at today that would change or eliminate those requirements.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Pascal, then Ken, then Fred, then Rich.
I'll start with saying I'm a public appointee member. I'm still actively employed in the world of corporate. I see the impact of not having access. And now with the movement of going back to the office, it's a huge corporate movement, and they're calling it a movement. They're all kind of aligning with the same time frame between now and December 1st. A lot of corporations, industries, I mean, across the board, going back to work. In anticipation of that, I've already seen a lot of people go on stress leave, go on medical leave, requiring assessments to be supported back to their HR to say, I cannot come back in the office for these reasons. There's a wait list from 6 to 8 to a year in order to get these assessments. They're getting support from social development workers, which is, another path for support mentally or emotionally as they go through this change. So whether they're competent or not, I'm going to leave that to the discretion of the folks in that industry. So yourself, for example, as to what would make a competent psychologist. Access is where I'm kind of putting my hat on, that we do need more access as a public. Not at the expense of quality, but I think we have some partisan committees that check in on psychologists, like registered psychologists. We make sure that they're developing, that they're doing their CPDs, that they're maintaining. We have ICRC in there to protect should we have to go through that. So I feel like we have some engines in there to enable
the quality as a safeguard, if you will. But access, my point is access is going to increase, if not it's already hit a peak. And if we're already 8th out of the 10th province, and the fact that we have a lot of employment, you know, a lot of people who are employed in the Ontario environment, it's only going to get worse.
Ken,
I can't help but think that, excuse me, we have seen a similar discussion in CPSO when they talked about expanding this to pharmacists giving vaccines. I don't know for a fact, I wasn't in the meeting, but it seems to me it's an analogy, maybe it's open for critique, but I'm not certain, and I wonder if there was a lot of information that said pharmacists can't be giving these vaccines. They're not familiar enough with the drugs, or how would they react? We probably didn't have the empirical data to do it. And maybe this is one case where it happened, and I suspect that people of Ontario are finding there's significantly more access to vaccines and those scope of practice enhancements that pharmacists can now do. And I guess now the question becomes, now that we've got it, now we can analyze. And if it turns out in 3 years, we're finding that pharmacists are injecting vaccines into cheeks and rather into arms, and it's not the right way to do it, oh, fine, then we have a data set. But for now, I believe the risk to be acceptable, provided we're keeping the standards, which we have all said will be there for a change.
okay, Fred and Rachel.
I've really valued the comments and lots of good discussion today. I guess I just want to add in my input and my thoughts on this, and that I'm a very strong data person, and that comes from clinical work, but also doing a lot of continuous quality improvement, which ties into the idea of quality and ensuring that we have incremental improvements and that we're monitoring things. And I've thought a lot about this topic and area as well, and tried to get the information we need to make a decision, get some data. I think that's one of the challenges in listening to discussion. We're talking a lot about opinion and how people value what they think, but we don't have data to support that. And so I think that's a large concern and something we need to think about maybe after today in terms of how do we collect data on what's competence and quality of care and what's entry level and because of course we want to aspire to a high level, but what's enough to ensure protection to the public, which is our mandate or our focus. But I feel like not just even within Ontario, we don't have like data to help make this decision. It's a lot of opinion, anecdotal information, but even looking at what experiences of other provinces, I don't see any data that says that this is going to be a problem. I don't see how we this without some data to really back it up and to ensure that if we say, no, we can't do this, we need data to say that. And if we don't have any data, I think we need to move forward, because the experience of other places within the country is that this has been okay. And even looking at our own data that we might have, and it's not strong, like it's kind of a proxy, but even our complaint process, there's nothing there that jumps out that says that master's level is more problematic. I've been on RCRC for quite a few years, and I don't see a pattern. Zimmer could probably give more concrete information, but I don't see that there's a difference where master's level are more problematic. So I really think we have to support this. And then we think also the second one of how we measure this and have data so we can make informed decisions.
Thank you. Rachel.
I have 2 points that I want to make. First off, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of master's versus PhD, but how much training and what exactly is the foundational knowledge required. I think that on the one hand, absolutely, we do need to increase access, but I think we also have to weigh that against, when you give access and it's not done well, it causes harm. And so I have, I've received communications from people who own large clinics who have directly seen what happens when people are in the process of being registered or get registered and don't necessarily have the adequate training to support the work that they're doing. I've personally seen myself in practice what happens when assessments are when you have a misdiagnosis or things are not appropriately assessed and the harm that it causes people. And I think the critical thing is people don't know what they don't know, and they won't know that they've been harmed sometimes, right? Until later on when they get the correct diagnosis or the diagnosis leads to the correct medication. I'm not saying that's a reason to hold everything back, but I'm saying I wish there was more of a middle ground here, because I think we do have to weigh these two things and make determinations based on limited data. The other thing too is if we're really going to talk about access, there's such limited funding for psychology in the public sector, right? So if you really want to increase access and make things more equitable, there needs to be more publicly funded psychology positions, whether that's on family health teams or in the hospital networks. Even still, like we have more supply of psychologists, maybe the rates go down, right? But still people are on the hook to pay that out of pocket or through their extended health benefits. And a second unrelated point I want to make is just the work that has been done already. So I know anecdotally, there are some grad school programs that have more diversity in their student population than ever. So I really do believe those things are being addressed, because I know that was one of the concerns of the OFC. I also think our college, our registration committee, has done an amazing job to address some of the concerns that have been put forth by OFC. So I think we are working on this. I think it's a matter of, it's just the right amount of change at this time. And again, what we do need to make some changes. Whether this is the right change is not what I'm entirely convinced of.
Thank you. Glenn, and then Olivia, and then Maggie.
2 points. First one, minor. In spite of the constant invitations or implied invitations, I'm not a psychotherapist. I don't practice psychotherapy. And most of my MA psychologist or psychological associate friends and colleagues, they're not psychotherapists. So I constantly, since that college opened, felt somewhat almost of a coercion to call myself or be a psychotherapist. Well, I'm not, any more than a carpenter's not a plumber. Second, more important perhaps, I share absolutely Jacob's concerns. I share Rachel's concerns. I'm somewhat disappointed. I will vote and support master's level registration. That's clear. However, I don't support master's registration in this possibly diluted form. And I hope there's some mechanism. I hope this master's level continues, but I hope there's some mechanism that we can develop without going against the government of the day or the Ministry of Health or any other important people. I hope there's some mechanism existing or can be developed to ameliorate this perceived and possible dilution, which causes me absolutely as much concern, I believe, as Jacob and Rachel.
Olivia.
I'm just, not just, but I'm a behavior analyst, sort of looking at this issue from.
Oh, I didn't mention I'm not a behavior analyst, but no disrespect.
But looking on this from the outside and offering some experience from our profession and also some lived experience as well. So behavior analysis has just become regulated last year. We're regulated at the master's level, and we too, even though we're a separate profession, we also do very sensitive assessments and interventions for, mostly some of the most vulnerable people in this province. And so, in our field anyway, we're registered at the master's level, and I guess the number of risks are to be seen now that we're regulated and have a mechanism to look at public risk at this level. At the same time, I want to I know, Glenn, you were mentioning that it's not just about PhD versus masters, but I think a lot of this conversation is about that. And, my own experience is that, I'm working on my PhD right now, at a stage in my life where I didn't go into an MA to PhD program, yet I've been working clinically for 23 years and I'm doing the PhD. And what I've found the difference, at least in the programs that I've taken, is the PhD gives you more research skills. And I think, something to think about is for psychologists to practice what they need to do and the competencies they need to assess and diagnose, is that being covered under the training programs. And I guess, how valuable that research component is to clinical practice for individual psychologists. So just something to think about, or something that I've thought about in hearing all of this.
Thank you. Maggie.
So, Maggie Topag, an academic council member and a psychologist. And I guess first off, I mean, this is really hard. It's complicated. There's a lot of issues that everybody's raising around the table. They're not all going to be solved. I mean, there's way too much going on within the profession and the government and, our society. And I guess we have to kind of stay focused on what, we can kind of manage at a given point in time. And I guess the first thing that I've learned since being an academic council member is it's become blatantly obvious the incoherences we've had in our profession for a very, very long time. And Ian, you nicely reviewed this at the beginning. And the time has come that we now have to explain this to the government. They're wondering, these are very fair questions. Why can someone be a psychologist in another part of the country? And these aren't other countries. This is the same country, the same universities. And I happen to be in a CPA accredited program. We have these programs that are in these other provinces that belong to the same body. And how do we explain to the government that we're that much different or not? Like there is, and I get it. I'm in an academic training program. I think it's easy to get focused on the immediate and what we have to do. But when we sit at these training meetings, I don't know if we just can't help ourselves. We keep adding requirements I just think this incoherence, we've known about this for a very long time. Everyone around the table is familiar with the Mutual Recognition Agreement from 2001. The incoherence was documented almost 25 years ago, and yet we've never properly dealt with it. And so, I mean, here we are, right? And yeah, this is really hard. And I think, some of the things being said around the table, I mean, I really appreciate. So Jacob, you're asking lots of great questions. And on the tail end of your last comment, what is competence? That should be our focus. I mean, of course, public protection, but what defines our profession in terms of our competencies? And one thing I'm going to suggest that we do is that we resist framing it as necessarily lowering the standards. And I think to be really precise, Jacob, I think, if we, what does the evidence mean? So we actually had a wonderful presentation from the, another jurisdiction where they do have master's level training. And sorry you missed it because it was very informative. So one thing to be clear on is we're not eliminating any pathways to training. I think the trainees that will do the PhD level training and they're going to acquire more competency, like the self-regulation aspect of our training is such that, we want to have solid standards, but, for the trainees that want to develop expertise, like we welcome that. We're not trying to resist that in any way, but we should be so careful not to conflate years of university training with competency. And that's where we lack the evidence. We don't have the evidence to say that doing an 8-year graduate training program is necessarily more competent than, I'll give the parallel example that maybe we're struggling with the most here, 2 years of masters with 4 years of supervised practice. For example, like we have that in Ontario. And if we would have tried to collect data on that, we wouldn't have found a difference, but we have to be ever so precise with how we define competency. And I guess given the, the time sensitivity, I want to acknowledge that too. This is really tough trying to, you know, be accountable and responsive to the ministry and the OFC and all these agencies that are really demanding this of us now. And we have the opportunity to define those competencies and figure out how to work together. Because one of the concerns I have is this is not the time to be acknowledging these differences among those of us with different types of training, because it's going to make it incredibly hard for us to work together and move together to really assert what are the skills that are needed to have a competent psychologist that is most likely going to be in the best interest of the public.
Okay, thank you. Next I have Keelan, Kay, Jacob, and then Glenn.
Again, I just want to say I appreciate all of the comments that have been made, and this is such a hard, difficult thing. I just wanted to highlight something that you had said, Jacob. You know, you spoke about the two protected acts of psychology being things that represent us both assessment and treatment, correct? But I just wanted to highlight that there's something very important there that I don't think you brought up, and that's that you need one to have the other. Right? So you spoke about having a lot of access to psychotherapy, but without the assessment piece, you can't get the treatment, and more specifically, you can't get the financial reimbursement for that treatment in many times, correct?
Psychotherapists are covered by insurance.
Exactly, but
without an assessment. Psychotherapy is covered by insurance all over the place.
Without a diagnostic assessment.
well, I think when we would talk about quality, that the assessment should always come first, correct? Would you agree with that in your field? That's what we do in behavior analysis.
Yeah.
Or else you might be treating something inaccurate or wrong. So I think just that highlights where this bottleneck is happening, right? And again, I'm not saying that I agree with anything or don't agree with anything here, you know, trying to be careful. But I think it just, that comparison between the relationship between the two protected acts and one being inaccessible and one being accessible highlights the issue that the government is worried about and a need for us to fix that relationship between assessment and treatment so that we can get quality treatment. Because if we're not getting the assessment again, the treatment's probably not of good quality. Be a little bit of my own opinion there.
That's why we have council debates.
Yes.
Kay, then Jacob, then Glenn.
Three comments. First of all, I want to echo exactly what Olivia said. I've been a clinician. I'm a behaviour analyst. I've been a clinician for almost 18 years now, working on my PhD. And I feel I've been in the PhD program for almost 3 years, just after the comp exam. I don't think I'm a better clinician now just because I'm in a PhD program. Again, I think it's giving me the tools and understanding of how to do research. I want to go into academia, and that's why I'm doing it. I feel like my master's, again, behavior analysis is a little bit different, the study-wise and the kind of things we do, but I felt gave me a really great foundation ground for me to start my practice when I did 18 years ago, being in the field for that long. My second comment was, I feel like the EPPP exam and the examination is, again, same for PhD level, regardless at ML level, they still do the same examination. And again, if you are saying if somebody who's done the PhD level kind of coursework, and if they come and pass that EPPP exam, and if the person who's done MA and come and does the EPPP exam and pass that too, that tells me you're competent enough because you've actually done the same examination. So that's, and my other comment was around Fred, and I think so what Ken has also been talking about. I feel like we don't have data right now to talk about or base something on why MA level should not be the same as PhD level. I feel like we do need to give this a start. And again, collect data, as we are all clinicians and researchers and scientists here. And then if down the road, in 2 or 3 years down the road, we have enough data, and if we do so, my God, it's been so detrimental to our population, we're actually doing disservice. That's the data we take back to the ministry and say, you know what, we need to go back to, because this is not being good. I think so if we don't move forward and take this next step, and we don't have that data proof, we're going to be sitting in these council meetings, or then actually have that other consequence that we've been talking about. Ultimately, that's in the legislature, that we could be dissolved, council couldn't be dissolved, and the supervisor is put in place and who can make decisions for us. So I just wanted to put those 3 things out.
Thank Jacob, then Glenn, then Rachel.
I just wanted to, Kay and Maggie kind of took the comments I was going to make about, which I really appreciate, and I appreciate everyone's comments about competency, right? When I talk about what we need more data on, I'm just going to echo it again. We need data on competency, right? And that directs our questions, whether or not this goes through today, right? It's not the end of the story. We can keep collecting the data, and whether or not everyone votes for or against these things, we don't have the information. And it needs to be collected one way or the other. We need to know what's considered competent, what kind of training counts as competency, and as a council, what we really need to think about is what of our pieces that we use as barriers to entry or as tests of competency, which ones work and which ones don't, right? The oral exam, we have data on the fact that basically everyone is shown to be competent, so why do it at all? But will that still be true if we're changing the definition of psychologist? Can we afford to get rid of the checks and balances we have in place at the same time of changing the definition? I'm a little concerned about that, and we need data on it one way or another, right? Well, we got to find out. And again, there might not be data in Ontario, but there's data in the rest of Canada that no one's looked at as far as I know. And there's lots of members watching. I encourage people to learn, to go and find that data for us. The second piece I want to make is, again, I'm very sensitive, and our job here is public protection as council. Our job here is to do that. And one of the pieces that comes up in a lot of these advocacies is the siding program. That's another route to increasing access. So let's focus on that. I just want to say, as a council, we have accepted PsyDs as equivalent degrees for decades, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
It's already there and it hasn't worked. Somehow, as a college, we've accepted PsyDs and they don't show up to get registered. Why? Training programs don't exist in Ontario. I'm a PsyD, by the way. I'm very sensitive to this one. I'm in a PsyD. They're extremely diverse programs. They're extremely valuable. And Canada is decades behind the United States in training PsyDs. So because of that, now we have this gap, right? And we can't deal with what's going to be 10 years from now if these programs start developing. We have to deal with what we have today. So I want to just make that comment about the PsyD program as well.
Thank you. I have Glenn and then Rachel.
Oh, on the subject of training, Maggie, are you prepared for criticism?
Sure.
Universities have been very reluctant to allow people wanting to be registered, particularly MA level, who found to be wanting, quite so, in certain areas, psychodiagnostic, psychopathology. And it's been suggested from registration, I think, I hope I'm accurate on this, forgive me if I'm wrong, that a couple of appropriate graduate university courses will be appropriate. But you can't have them. It's catch-22. You can only have them if you join an MA or PhD program. So you're told to get something which you're willing to do, but you can't do it because you guys won't let us in. I have never been required to do those because, but I have taken courses voluntarily, managed to get a university course once, and I've taken at least 2 courses that have been deemed equivalent by registration, although I only took them voluntarily. I didn't need to take them, but I took them because people I was assisting to become registered, I sat in on the programs. I've also taken counseling courses from another source. So I'm not against taking courses, but it's darn difficult to get them from university where they're recognized. You simply can't. And as for a Psych D, a very fine degree, Jacob, I'd love one as well, but it's not an excuse, it's a reality. Marriage, mortgage, and children sort of get in the way of the reality at my advanced age. Although I do think it's a tremendous improvement in what was available, and I support your support of it.
Thank you. Rachel, then Conrad, then maybe start. Sorry, Maggie, but she's spoken before and you haven't, so I'm gonna recognize you. Thank you.
I was just gonna do a quick thing. There's no disagreement there, actually, Glenn. We're completely in agreement. You and Jacob are just pointing out why we have this incoherence across our country.
Yeah.
It's with how we've done things in history. So I just wanted to tag that on, but sorry, go ahead.
Rachel.
Sorry. Wasn't tangent.
Maggie, I really appreciate your efforts to focus this here because I mean, I think we could all be here for days and debate this, forever. So I think where I'm at right now, what I'm struggling with, we used to have we have MA, we have psych associates, right? And that was 4 years of postgraduate supervision. What we're proposing now is 1 year, in addition to the practica. And I guess I'm just wondering, how did we arrive at that number? I take issue with the fact that we are not allowed to look to other colleges to say, here's what they're doing, and make comparisons there. But then I even though it's a little bit, it's different, but I find it unfair that we are being compared to Alberta. And we have to kind of follow what they're doing when our business is regulating psychology in Ontario. And I understand that we have those interprovincial trade agreements to honor. We can still honor those. I guess I just find that logic a little bit incoherent. And I do think there's ways to maybe let people register while they're working on, for example, if you were a psych associate, right? You could register while you're working on your degree at the same time and be part of the college. So I guess I'm just wondering how we arrived at the competencies and the benchmarks that we have, because there's more than one way to do it.
Thank you. Come. I'm gonna preface this by saying I'm a behavior analyst. I'm not a psychologist. But hopefully what I share has some value as well too. Similar to what Kay was saying and Olivia, our training as behavior analyst is at the master's level with approximately a year of supervised practice. So it's similar to what is being, in that sense, similar to what's being proposed today. And I think it's a good way. It was a good way for myself as a clinician to get myself in the door. When I was going through the materials and what's being proposed, I had a slight level of discomfort with some of the information and concerns. And I really tried to think critically about it and why would there be a discrepancy between what I feel sufficient for a competent behavior analyst or minimal level of competent behavior analyst versus a psychologist, and where is that discrepancy? And I think, in really thinking about it, it's those two controlled acts. Do I feel that, and where my level of discomfort was not with the depth of the training, 2 courses plus 1 practicum in that area, is that going to be sufficient in assessment and then following that psychotherapy? So that's, I think there's, these are very difficult conversations and discussions that we're having today and with large impacts. I think there's potentially room, rather than looking at, the dichotomy that Rachel had pointed out, but is there potential room for still ensuring the depth of practice and supervision while still looking at some flexibility within some other areas? Not seeing any other speakers. We have a motion for consideration. That the council approve the requested regulatory amendments for presentation to the Ministry of Health and to the Office of the Parenting Commission. The motion is on page 74. The recommendations are on page 78, top 79. I'll just give the council a moment to take a look at that.
Clearly articulate out loud what those are, not just reading them, which specific regulations we're voting on. And do we have to vote on them as a block, or can we vote on them one at a time?
What we have right now, the motion for consideration, is the regulations. So, but that doesn't mean that we can, if I have somebody move that we accept them as whole, we would move on that. If I have somebody move that we look at them individually, I will move on that. And reading them out, if that, is that the request?
Yeah, I just like to very clearly think about what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Just.
On of 70, right?
Yeah, my computer.
Oh,
The executive committee recommended the briefing note for approval at their August 28, 2025 meeting, which includes request amendments to the registration regulation for psychology to reduce unnecessary barriers, including labor market mobility and increase consistency across Canadian provinces. Specifically, one, registration as a psychologist based on a graduate degree from a council-approved program, including programs with accreditation by college-approved accrediting bodies, which for information purposes would be the Canadian Psychological Association, the American Psychological Association, and PSAC, which stands for
Clinical psychological science.
it's the clinical psychological science. It's the one that's run by the American Psychological Society. Second, council approval of accrediting bodies internationally beyond the USA, such as the United Kingdom, Australia. The removal of the minimum 4-year work experience requirements for candidates with a master's degree. Elimination of the exam.
one more clarifying question,
Please.
just as we're thinking about voting. Am I to correctly assume that voting no to any of these pieces puts council at risk of being placed with a supervisor and potentially dissolved if we vote no on any of these?
Any decision council makes puts it at a risk for a variety of different activities.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's, and then going on to page 79. Sorry, it's, all of these recommendations will be included in requested regulatory amendments under motion 1 of this briefing note. So, and, noted, as it says in the fine print here, that, registration as a psychologist based on the graduate degree from council-approved programs would also require amendments to the title and related sections of the legislation.
Okay,
So,
where,
yeah.
can you advise where you're reading that? We're trying to.
The bottom of page 78. Thank you. Conrad,
I'd like to make a motion, if we're there,
yes.
to separate out those 4 items.
Well, right now we don't have. We could ask, we don't have a motion that's put them together yet. So you have an alternate way of phrasing that motion.
Yes, if we can look at the last 4 bullet points on page 78,
Yes.
have each worded as separate motions.
So do you want to make, so you're talking about making motions
Yes.
for separate ones, even though the motion for, we were provided with them from the staff, one large motion. You're suggesting that we move that into 4 separate motions. Would you like to make a particular motion with regard to any of that?
I'd like to make a motion for the elimination of the oral exam.
All right, so we have a motion. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay. Now, discussion of that motion. Comments? Yes.
Point I was gonna make is actually, we should vote on recommendation on it as it is, all the items. vote on that motion. If that motion is defeated, then procedurally, you could start breaking them down one by one. That's just a point of order, is that because the recommendation before us has not been moved, seconded, and voted on. And I will move the recommendation as it stands.
We have a motion on the floor.
There is a recommendation before us, which has not, that recommendation has not been voted on.
Right.
Without that recommendation being voted on, you can't amend a recommendation that has not been voted on. So this recommendation, vote on it in its entirety. If it is defeated, then you can start saying, okay, where do we go from here?
And sorry, I'm happy to retract that motion then.
All right, so the motion is retracted.
I would move the recommendation as presented in the staff report.
Okay, so we have a recommendation for that.
I believe that's in order, but can you be double check that that's procedurally appropriate? I believe it is, but really would like to be sure.
I'm just falling back on my history. That you can't have an amendment to a recommendation that has not been, when the original recommendation hasn't been voted on.
Okay, let me double check this.
By Robert's rules. I mean, it's probably different.
Not to separate you.
Okay.
Oh.
Please stop correcting my reviewing that material. So. And we have the rescinded motion. We have this motion. I should mention that according to PC's parliamentary procedures, which you're prepared to follow, we actually don't need a seconder for the motion, but I will can usually ask for a seconder, and Ken is ready to second that motion. Discussion of the motion. Additional discussion beyond what we've had. Okay. Now, for the purposes of this vote, I would ask that hands be kept raised so that Odessa can clearly mark down who is voted in which area. All right. Those voting to support in favor of the motion. Those, sorry, keep. All right, thank you. Those voting against the motion. Abstentions. No abstentions. Motion carried. Point of clarification, if I could, for the registrar. These are suggested changes to regulation. So the next step in proposed changes to regulation, will that include public comment?
Yes, so I will be writing to the Ministry of Health and the Office of the Fairness Commission. And if it's her will, the Honorable Ms. Jones in the Ministry of Health would put forward under the Health Professions Procedural Code for public consultation for a matter of 60 days. Again, the first step is for me to make formal contact with the Honorable Minister and Mr. Glassberg of the Commission. Thank you.
So this is not the final step. It is just a step. And there will be the potential for public comments. Yeah.
Probably not the right time, I'm not sure, but I would like to suggest that at some point that council move that some kind of assessment be done when and if this all takes place to assess the impact of our decision with respect to the entrance of master's degree. So maybe just down the road for another agenda.
Okay. It's 11:02. We only met this for almost two full solid hours. I want to thank very much the council for the thoughtful discussion of these issues. And also particularly want to thank council for their very professional approach to the discussion of these issues. It certainly has made my job as chair much easier. So I want to thank you all very much for that personally. And I think it adds to the discussion to have that degree of professionalism. So thank you very much for that. But the other thing I also want to mention, as I say, is it's after 11 o'clock. We haven't had a break for a couple of hours. I really would just like to have a brief 10-minute break. We have a couple of other issues on this that we particularly need to address, and we need to address that, including the point that Ken has made. And I would like to discuss that as well. So let's have a 10-minute break. Odessa, if I could ask you to put us on pause for 10 minutes, and we will get back. Thank you very much. Once again, I need to thank council for for the quality of the discussions that we had prior to that vote. It's I think great. I think it speaks greatly to the people around the table, the civility and thoughtfulness of those conversations. So thank you all very much. Now, can you raise an important issue? But if you don't mind, I'd like to go through the motions for consideration, and then we can talk about next step, a couple of other aspects of potential next steps. So next point on the agenda, issue on this, is that the motion passed on September 27th, 2019, directing the college to pursue amendments to Ontario Regulation 74/15 registration under the Psychology Act 1991 to discontinue master's level registration, be rescinded and removed from the council action list. Do I have a motion for that? Jacob? Seconder? Glenn? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. The next motion. That the potential memorandum of understanding with the College of Psychologists of British Columbia, now the BC College of Health and Care Professionals, not be pursued and removed from the council action list. Could I ask the registrar just to very briefly provide abstract description of what that memorandum was to be?
Happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the council. In our master's closure report, so that's for motion 2, part of the plan was to leverage our work with BC to pool resources. There's about 1,350 behavior analysts, and the idea would be at that time closing masters and working more closely with BC. Of course, now BC's college no longer exists. That notice of agreement is no longer valid, and they're in a very different space right now. But also, given the changes with as of right, this issue will become moot.
Thank you. Could I have a mover for the Scott, seconded by Kay? Call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Actually, could you keep your hands up? We have to get a formal record. Thank you. All opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Thank you. Next, that the pilot implementation of evaluating CFTA, which is Canadian Free Trade Agreement, that the pilot implementation of evaluating CFT candidates for autonomous practice not be pursued and removed from the council action list. Once again, Registrar, could I ask you to briefly remind the council members what that is referring to?
Yes. At the time, the discussion was really around how do we manage applicants from the Canadian Free Trade Agreement when they're coming to Ontario from another Canadian jurisdiction. And at the time, the thought was they wanted to pilot some additional assessment. Again, since that time, with as of right, this would not be something that will make sense, because with as of right, folks will be able to get registered while they're practicing and within 6 months. Hence, it's kind of a moot point of this issue.
Information.
Yes.
It's probably not for consideration, and I'll be glad to be ruled out of order if that is the case. But does this make any difference to the title psych associate?
So the original, what you voted on number 1 does, which means that it'll be one title, psychologist.
Can I have it now? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So do you have a mover for this motion? Okay. Seconded by Glenn. Question? All in favor? Your hands up. Yeah. Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Now, Ken, before we went into a break, I thought you had raised an important point that deserves further consideration and elaboration. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have what I'm drafting as a proposed motion that council direct the college at the appropriate time to undertake an assessment of the impacts of the decision to register blah, 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 said review to, I'd like to set a time frame on it to be returned to council within a 1-year period or something to that effect. We've made a very important decision today.
before I ask you to speak to that, you have the motion. Before we just start discussion on it, do we have a second for the motion? Scott, all right, thank you. Just want to continue.
I haven't really worded the motion as specific as probably needed, but the general view, I think, is that we've made a really important decision today. And I appreciate how complicated it's been. I appreciate the various sort of horizontal impacts that are coming at this. And I really appreciate the fact that people have talked about the need for evidence and information, which we didn't really have. And I don't think that probably physicians had with pharmacists, which is my frame of reference for this. So to that extent, I don't know what that assessment would look like. I don't know what data points would be. Maybe you're looking at, has there been an increase in the number of complaints against a particular, but something where somebody that has far more research capacity than I could come up with some kind of an assessment tool.
So so I know, Scott, you put your hand up to speak to this, but Odessa, could I just ask you to repeat what you have in terms of this motion? For those who can't see, Odessa is off camera. She is the executive assistant to who is taking minutes.
I can now summarize this. Develop a review mechanism, probably 1 year. Well, recommended is 1 year, or an assessment tool on the impacts of the that were passed for today on registration and modernization.
I could provide more specific wording if that's helpful. Written down, whatever the chair.
I would. Well, we have the seconder of the motion, Scott, so I'll ask him to, we have this motion.
I like what Ken has put forward. I think some of the other detail doesn't necessarily, that's how, once this motion is passed.
Yeah.
If that's what we're going to do, then I think then you get into the logistics of what is going to be, how it's going to be gathered, what the time frame on it is. A review, I look at, like, if you, in your organization, you have a strategic plan, and annually a report comes back to the board or whatever saying, these were the strategic initiatives we were tasked, we brought to you a year ago. This is the progress or lack of the same, right? On those particular initiatives, you know, I'm going to date myself, the old balance scorecard, but from a long time ago, that was the way it was. But that was how you evaluated what you were doing on certain particular projects. So I think the motion simply will be what you brought forward, Ken. And I think a lot of that is into leave it for the staff to come back with, this is how we think we can accomplish and gather the data and the information that the council is seeking, because that's outside of, I think, our purview, really, the internal mechanism and how it's going to work. So I think the motion quite simply is the first part of what you read, Odessa, and then vote on that if we can, and then I think then it would be direction to the senior staff to come back with, this is what we think is workable. This is our game plan to bring back to us in a year or whatever.
I fully agree, Mr. Chair.
Whether it's-
Something that basically simply says, hey, college, do something, and then tell us later.
Thank you. Any other discussions of this motion? Seeing any, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have regulatory updates, oral. And the two parts to that. One is something that we've already been alluding to here, that's been discussion for a while now. And another one came out within the last week. And the first one is the as of right legislation. So I'm actually going to ask our executive director, Dr. Tony DeBono, to speak to both of these regulatory, legislative changes and that affect our college. So, and for information for council.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and to the council. I'll start with as of right. So just to level set, as of right means that a duly registered professional in one Canadian jurisdiction can come and work in another Canadian jurisdiction and get registered while they work. So really making it a seamless process. So the idea of barriers between jurisdictions of professionals within Canada is something that is disappearing. You'll see with the non-health professionals, the 50 professions that are mentioned in the Globe and Mail's editorial on this issue have all gone as of right. And that's under the auspices of Mr. Glassberg. So those are the engineers, the architects, et cetera. In the healthcare field, physicians and surgeons, nurses, medical lab technologists, and respiratory therapists are currently part of as of right. But it has been communicated that there's an intention to expand that, and very much so for psychology as well. So we've been working behind the scenes, preparing for this. I think the best way for us to prepare for this from those who have already done it is just get really good at registering CFTA applicants. If your latency between when you get an application from a Canadian applicant who's already practicing with CFTA is short, as of right becomes less of an issue. They have 6 months to formalize their licensure, but we can do that actually much more quickly. So I would say, expect in the coming months more announcements from government about this, but certainly as of right is something that we are expecting. The second update,
any questions from council about that potential legislation change? No questions. Thank you. Yes, thanks, sir.
The second update is with respect to the potential expansion of the scope of practice for specific psychologists who have received additional training. Now, you'll see that's on our strategic implementation list at the end of the council package. Few things about this. Anytime there's a sort of an advocacy initiative, that's brought forward by the association, not by the regulator. So I wanted to take a moment to actually acknowledge the hard work of the Ontario Psychological Association, particularly Richard Morrison and Dr. Diana Valaconia, who work closely with us at the college. Because once that got presented to government, of course, the college in 2020 had to endorse, yes, we would be willing to take on the regulatory infrastructure. But then this last year was a very quick and intensive amount of work. Everything from what is the formulary of medications that will be prescribed? Even more so, we talk about safety. Everybody's jumping on prescription privilege. What about the assessments to make sure that people are safe? Can you order blood work? Can you order an ECG? Do you understand the assessments that are required to safely prescribe a biologic medication? This work has all been done, including all of the benchmarking comparisons in the United States, as well as some other questions that have been asked by the ministry. So we provided that. And this last week, Minister Jones and her team talked about some potential changes, or last week rather, some potential changes for professions. this is out for public consultation. So just like when we were talking about registration, there is a process that is dictated by the Health Professions Procedural Code. Now, so nobody saw the Form 2 that we completed or anything like that, but now the prescription privilege issue is out for public consultation for a matter of 60 days. And the entire general public can comment on that proposal.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. DeBonne on this?
Do you happen to know if this has already been in talks with other provinces as well? Has Alberta or anybody that we heard from yesterday already?
Yeah, so I'm happy to speak a little bit to that. It's less so in Canada and more in the US. So in the US, there are a number of jurisdictions that have already received that approval. They've created a training program, a standardized exam that's evidence-based. In Canada, though, Ontario is a bit more of the first mover, but certainly in conversations like with Alberta, both of us having quite a large population of psychologists, could there be potential to work together in the future? Sure, but currently we can only speak for our province.
Rachel.
A clarification question. So is the idea that anybody who is registered as a psychologist in that jurisdiction could pursue the additional training and then be given that privilege? Is that?
Oh, yes.
That's what's being proposed?
Happy to answer that. For the prescription privilege. Yes. So and this is going to evolve as well, because one of the questions becomes, well, what's the educational infrastructure? So Diana Valaconia, Dr. Valaconia, and others have been sort of speaking with the academies about this, but the current structure is you complete your training and you're registered, and then you complete a postdoctoral clinical psychopharmacology master's degree. You complete supervised time and a standardized exam as well. And then depending on the jurisdiction in the US, the relationship between the medical or nursing community and the psychologist differs. There's some that have a very strict collaborative agreement, others that are a little bit more autonomous. But in the future, could there be a world whereby doctoral programs and training programs start to create combined initiatives that hopefully reduce the overall time frame that it takes? That could open up doors to that potentially.
I think part of the question that was asked, though, was about anybody who's registered as a psychologist, which would include, certainly based on the messages from earlier today, both people with a master's degree and people with a doctorate.
So that would be a differentiator. It would be a differentiator at the education level because it's a postdoctoral clinical psychopharmacology master's degree. So the actual institutions themselves wouldn't be providing that. But that will be a question, though, that the minister and others are going to want to know, because scope of practice for psychology in this province is the same currently. But part of the consultation will be around maybe that sort of added expertise or whatever the case may be with other levels of training.
So just to summarize, I want to make sure I've understood this. The idea is that this would be a postdoctoral training pathway.
That's right.
And that if you had master's level registration, you may not be eligible for that.
Currently in the States, that's the case. There's no law here in Ontario, so can't speak to them.
And at the present time, it is guided by who's allowed into those programs.
Yeah.
So it's not the colleges determining that, it's programs are determining who they allow into the program. It's not the college saying who's allowed in the program. Kay, you had your hand up.
I'm not sure if we can speak to it at this time. Do you already have a framework set up for this, or are we going to base it on what? I remember there was a training day we had last year and we spoke a lot. We had somebody from US. That was quite informative.
Yes, so I'm happy to answer that, if that's okay. Similar to other aspects of professional psychology, and to this day, we work very closely with our American partners. So to your point, that was Dr. David Shearer, who's a prescribing psychologist in the United States. In the early days, we'll be relying on APA's infrastructure, and the examination that's used is from the same organization that delivers our EPPP exam. So that's a familiar stakeholder in that relationship as well. We'll be relying, I think, heavily on our friends in the United States around consultation. They've got now quite a bit of safety and efficacy data over about 20 years, depending on the jurisdiction. So we'll be probably relying on their infrastructure first would be best.
I would suggest, though, that sort of another aspect of the question you're asking is what determines what those rules are, and whether it's and while we would be relying on the proposed model from the American Psychological Association. I think every jurisdiction in the United States has relied on that proposed model. And at the end of the day, no two jurisdictions have the same model. So there are changes that occur when you start doing the nuts and bolts of fitting it to within one jurisdiction based on what occurs in that jurisdiction. So, Rachel, did you have another question?
Yeah, I may be jumping ahead here, but I just wanted to put this on the radar, based on what we've discussed today. So if the training programs may have certain requirements for entry to pursue this, we might want to think about whether we as a college need to differentiate between master's and doctoral level registration, based on what we've already talked about today, because I mean, we define competency one way, but our educational institutions might be defining it differently.
Oh, that's an excellent point. Thank you. Other comments on this? I don't guarantee a lot of things, but I will guarantee we'll talk more about this at future meetings. Next on our agenda is the approval, it's the maintenance of the Ontario examination for professional practice in applied behavioral analysis. And Lasha has just stepped out, so I'm going to suggest that we move on and come back to that one later and move on to item 4D on the agenda, the approval of key performance indicators, which Jennifer Kitchen will be speaking to. Jennifer.
To the table so that everyone can see and hear me. So this item is on.
And actually, we cannot.
Oh, you
Can't see you there.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Hopefully.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
It's much better seeing than me anyway, so there you go.
Yeah.
No worries.
So, this item is on page 110 of your materials, and there are 4 key performance indicators being proposed today for your approval. This item relates to one of the key metrics on the College Performance Measurement Framework, the CPMF. Specifically, measure 14.1 on the CPMF specifies that council must use KPIs in tracking and reviewing the college's performance and regularly review risks associated that could impact performance. So KPIs are just a really broad way to measure your performance, ability to track your strategic objectives. In the CPMF in 2024, this item was partially met, and that was when the KPIs consisted of specific deliverables required for the successful onboarding of ABA. But now that we're in a bit of a different place, we're starting small, proposing 4 KPIs related to the overall college's performance. So I'm going to hand it over to Tony to go through those KPIs in more detail and the rationale for each being proposed.
Thanks, Jennifer. I appreciate the council hearing us on this particular topic. So as Jennifer had noted, this is part of our CPMF requirement. We're not there yet, but with this, we will be. So currently we're in the partial zone, but with pending this approval, we will be compliant with that section of the CPMF. I can actually make this in psychology and behavior analysis jargon. So, sorry for the public folks, but KPIs are like constructs. They're not observed variables. So what do I mean by that? We do a lot of things in the behavioral world, executive function. Okay, well, that's not a thing you can touch or anything like that, but it's represented by measurements of things, particular tests of executive function. And maybe you look at the linear combination of multiple tests to get a better sense of what is this overall construct. It's the same thing with an organization. What counts and what do you count? Right? So there's so many different things we could be measuring. The idea is, and it came from Scott as well, this idea of a balanced scorecard, this idea of what are the key things that could fit on a scorecard that we really want to get in terms of the vital signs of the organization, and that we as the senior team would be accountable to report back to you folks on a regular basis to really get a sense of the temperature of those areas. So you'll find the first one is one of our major metrics right now, and thank you, Zimmer Yetnikov, for all your leadership there. We know we have an incredible demand around complaints and investigations, and we're doing our absolute best to reduce the amount of time that those investigations take. Of course, noting that it is a multifactorial equation that leads to the actual time. The second area that we're very much,
Just point of clarification, why 5%? How was that chosen when 10% or 20%?
yeah, so generally with KPIs, especially when you're first starting, when you don't have any other metric, is to start small. So that was relatively arbitrary. We could have said 2.5%, we could have said 3%. And even now, because we're piloting this, like it's early days, we might actually find, looking at the data, it's like, oh, wow, 5% is actually much bigger than we thought. We need to take more baby steps. Or we might blow the 5% out of the water. And my hope is that it'll be the latter, but it's a great question.
Okay. Just for clarification too, because again, KPIs, were these KPIs or measurements set out by the ministry, or these are the ones that they let us select? So you,
Either.
as registrar, you were able to pick and choose which you wanted.
Yes, yeah. So this was really about reviewing the strategic plan. When I had come into this role in 2023, the first thing we did in training day was a revised strategic plan. And then the plan was, okay, we need KPIs that link to that strategic plan. This is really a culmination of that. And also just some key areas based on our intel in working in the area around, we know a pain point, for example, is the time frame of investigations. So that was an easy metric to use.
Just to follow up to that, does council actually vote on which KPIs we want to actually see in future?
You absolutely can. There's usually a certain level of autonomy that you give to the executive and the senior team, that you rely on us and that you know best in that way. You can absolutely give us any direction and we'll take it. That's our duty. Any will that you have, if there's something that's missing, we can always help to pick that. Thanks. Yes, and then registration is another key area. So, we're talking, how quickly can we get somebody from start to finish, provided their documents are in? And this is actually, to your point, Kate, you were really on the money earlier. This is something that government wants. Fairness Commission wants this data, the ministry wants this data, and other important players in the ecosystem want this data. What this means to regular folks is, when I am aspiring to become part of this profession or the professions, and I put my application forward, how long do I have to wait once everything's in? So it's a metric to use. The third area, we're really stabilizing financially. Again, this was a key target of mine when I came in 2023. Now, again, to your point, though, Dr. Kaiserman, the actual 5% is much, it's a little bit arbitrary, although we do typically use things like 5% variance depending on the cost. So it's not completely impossible.
But the year we onboarded behavioral analysts, that 5% variance probably was impossible. It's going forward, obviously.
And then lastly, CPD requirements. This is Jennifer Kitchen's wheelhouse. We're really wanting to make sure that we do a certain number of audits and that we hold ourselves to that. We're starting with 50. That seemed to be a reasonable metric given Jennifer's intel. And really, we're just wanting to make sure, because all this conversation around registration, a very key point in the journey of a professional, it is 1 point. So really, it's about how do they continue and maintain their professional competency and education. This is key. So those are the 4 indicators that we currently have. Our plan is in subsequent executive and council meetings to have those displayed, to get some metrics there. We're working through the frequency. So sometimes you look at a KPI and it makes sense to report on it quarterly, sometimes semi-annually. We're really going to turn our minds to that. But here we are, we're in 2025, and we now have some preliminary KPIs developed.
Thank you very much. This comment, though, as Scott talked about balanced scorecard, and Tony alluded to it, I always like balanced scorecards because, as this material indicates, it's not all about one thing. Because the more you put your time and energy into one thing, the less time and energy you're able to put on anything else. So by using that balanced scorecard approach, you try to spread it out so you're working on a variety of things and no one thing overwhelms the organization. And I think that what we're seeing here sort of does provide a balanced perspective on the various important activities of the college and responsibilities, and trying to have indicators for an initial stage on what those are. So that's so I'll open it up for a debate and discussion. Are there any questions or concerns about this? Yeah.
More just a comment. I think that they're good indicators. I'm looking forward to some budget information. My particular interest, of course, is with respect to the number of cases on backlog. I think from registrant's perspective, that's probably stressful. And far be it for the Ottawa guy to say, let's throw more money at it. That's not, I know that's not the,
Would love that.
but I do think it's something that if we do consider that indicator fairly important, it's important for both the public and for our members' peace of mind that we're able to deal with these quickly. So we may want to look at budget issues in more detail, probably with respect to all of these items. So
I might comment that back, one of the, a couple of years ago, when we looked at increasing fees for psychology, one of the drivers of that was this indicator and the need to hire additional staff, as well as streamline, as we'll talk a bit about later, some of our processes in relation to that. And so we have been throwing money at it, but it's been, but we now need to focus more on the assessment of that. Jake.
And some of those processes are enshrined in legislation, right? We can't change some of the timelines, unfortunately. We have to give people 30 days or 60 days or 90 days to respond to things, which we can't make that call for.
Yeah, thank you. Other comments? Rachel.
I just want to acknowledge and thank the staff. I think you all do such an amazing job. You are all so incredibly efficient and really get a lot done in a short amount of time. And I know a lot of that is behind the scenes. So I just wanted that on record to acknowledge and thank you all for what you do.
and Tony too.
And so-
Seconded?
Notice of motion, Jake.
I think I'm gonna fight it, but who gets the second one? Seeing any other comments, we have a motion to look at here that the council review and approve the proposed key performance indicators, KPIs, of the college in compliance with the ministry's CPMF requirements. Like to make that motion? Seconded by Rachel. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. I would also like to mention that for those of you who may not know, that Jennifer has been with us for less than a year. And one of the things she was tasked with when she started was to help us be compliant with the CPMF requirements, including the development of the KPIs. So thank you very much, Jennifer, for taking that on as one of the first things you did here. It's incredibly valuable report. So thank you very much for that. I know we're coming up to our a break, but I want to, if I could, before that, turn it over to Lasha. We have a discussion. We paused on the maintenance of the Ontario examination for professional practice in applied behavioral analysis and the OEPPABA. Sure how we decided to pronounce that, but I will. That may be one of the first things that Lasha shares with us. So,
Yeah.
Thank you all. Let Lasha introduce the topic.
Thanks. Well, I've been calling it the Opababa, but I'm not sure. Added an extra vowel in it. However you pronounce it, this exam, for those of you who aren't familiar, is it's a professional practice exam, not unlike the EPPP for psychology, and we use it for entry, so supervised practice entry for ABA, as well as our Route 2, our transitional route examinations. And so we've administered it one time so far, and our next administration is coming up next month. And I will say that the first, well, wait, I'll back up. So in leading up to offering it for the first time, a lot of work was put in to develop an item bank that was that followed a blueprint that was developed. We did it in consultation with senior psychometricians at Measure Learning. We also engaged SMEs, subject matter experts in ABA. And we had a very good first administration of this exam. So in consultation with those psychometricians and exam consultants, what we've learned is that we're in a good place going into our second administration. And in terms of time spent and budget, probably what we should do is take a conservative approach to maintenance, which is for the first year to 2 years of running this exam. We don't need to spend a lot of time and input in revising or creating new items or anything drastic, but we should keep an eye on it. And that seemed very prudent. And then we should look at perhaps expanding the item bank further, which does take time and money. Probably after about 2 years. So we should revisit our maintenance idea in about 1 to 2 years' time, just to get an idea of where we're at. So essentially, with this briefing note, that is what we're saying, is that we'd like to take this conservatively, and with that in mind, to get a statement of work from Measured Learning about what that might entail. Happy to answer questions on it.
Just curious, do you have pass rates for the first examination? That was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't,
It's okay, I don't know.
off the top of my head, I don't, but we were really happy and with the performance of it. It fell within normal measures for what we expected of an examination like this. So we were really pleased by that.
Other questions?
Just one last one, right now, because it was the first examination follow-up, were you able to collect any survey data from the participants who actually took the test?
Yeah,
Anything that popped up?
I think the majority of feedback that we received was positive. It was, I think before we surveyed the test takers, I think leading up to the first administration, there was definitely some concerns, lots of questions, a lot of information that we had to give to test takers. This was a first thing. And it's an online exam. So just getting people oriented to even, how do I sign up? How does this work? So I feel like we learned a lot in covering that in terms of what kinds of information do we give to our applicants, to our test takers. But I think overwhelmingly it was positive feedback.
Any other comments? We have a motion that the council review and sorry, I'm the wrong motion. My apologies. Two motions, actually, sorry. The first, that the council approve the ongoing maintenance of the Ontario examination for professional practice and applied behavior analysis required for behavior analysts registering via transitional route 2 or the entry level route. Is this sorry?
I would like to make that motion.
You would like to make that motion. Seconded by Scott. Any questions, comments? Question, all in favor? Motion passed. There are no voted in favor. Second, that the college obtain an updated statement of work from Measure Learning Incorporated and costs for ongoing maintenance of moved by Conrad, seconded by Kay. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Thank you very much. All right. Now, I am going to pause the meeting at this point for us to have a break. Given that we are already about an hour behind schedule, I'd like to suggest 40 minutes for lunch. So we get back at 12:35. All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome back. And moving on to the next item on our agenda, item 4E. Client Relations Committee, CRC policy updates. I'm going to ask Jennifer if she can walk us through that material.
Thanks, Ian. So there are two client relations policies for your consideration today, and both have to do with eligibility criteria for sexual abuse victims to access funding for therapy. The first policy is about eligibility for victims while receiving services from non-registrants under the supervision of a registrant. And some of you might recall that this policy was reviewed last term. In the spirit of continuous improvement, what we found was this policy had a lot of redundancy with what is already carved out in legislation and regulation. So while there's no major changes being proposed, we're simply trying to remove the redundancy and drill down the policy into its core components and its added value. So you'll see in the policy the track changes with deletion, and anything that's been deleted from the policy is already articulated in the legislation and the regulation. So the next policy for review is a brand new policy being proposed, and this policy articulates additional eligibility criteria with what is already carved out in the health professions and procedural code. So the code articulates that it articulates eligibility criteria for victims to access funding, but it also sets out that council has the discretion and authority to make additional requirements for access to funding. And in doing a deep dive of council meeting minutes from the past, we found that while that additional criteria has been reviewed by you in the past, it was never formalized in CRC policy. So formalizing the additional criteria and policy really ensures that the criteria for access to funding is applied consistently. It also ensures that there's an alternate pathway for victims to access funding should they not wish to make a complaint about sexual abuse, or if the alleged abuse doesn't go through via a mandatory reporting pathway. So the additional eligibility criteria is in your package of meeting materials. In the interest of time, I won't review those specific requirements, but essentially this is what the policy is attempting to address. So I'm happy to take any questions about either of the policies.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Any questions, comments with regard to those policy changes? Not hearing anything. We have two motions for consideration. The first one, the council approve the policy of policy 2-7 of section 2, funding for therapy and counseling for clients of members alleging sexual abuse while receiving supervised psychological and ABA services. So, a mover, Rachel, seconded by Ken. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And the second one, council approve the policy, the new policy 2-73, Client Relations Committee, eligibility for funding for therapy and counseling for victims of sexual abuse. I have a mover for that motion. Jacob, seconded by Pascal. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Passed. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Moving us on next to Zimra and the Inquiries, Reports, and Complaints Committee, ICRC, policy updates. So I'll let you lead us through that discussion, because that's on page 119.
Thank you very much. So you'll see in this briefing note some of the history and the background of why we are bringing this to you today. But in broad strokes, the reason for the request to rescind this policy is really threefold. One, to improve our timelines, which is now a KPI. Thank you. So we are looking to what steps can we take in our investigations process to improve our timelines and streamline the process. So this is one way of doing so. Another reason is to really allow us to apply more of a right touch approach to each case specifically, whether or not to release a member's response, a redacted response, or a summary of the response to a complainant is an investigative decisions that we believe should be made on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the investigation, where the investigation leads us, rather than a blanket policy decision. And finally, that really because it is a case-by-case investigation decision, that it really more properly belongs as a procedure for the ICRC and not as a college policy. So three kind of main reasons for why we're requesting that this policy be rescinded, with the intention that how to approach registrant responses and complaints will become a procedure for the ICRC to deal with afterwards.
Thank you, Zimmer. Any questions, concerns, questions for Zimmer on this proposal for rescinding this policy? Okay. Not seeing anything, we have a motion for consideration that the council rescind policy 2-3 subsection 2, release of the member's response to the complainant. Who would like to make that motion? Olivia, seconded by Scott. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you. Next, Zimmer is still up to present the Discipline Committee policy updates. That starts on page 124 of our package.
So these policy amendments that are being proposed are really kind of tightening up the language in the policies and also making clear what the reference is to. The payment schedule, the tariff rate, excuse me, in the recovery of discipline costs policy. So that's really more of a clarification statement. The tariff already exists, but that sentence that's on page 127 of your materials is to really point to the source of the tariff rate within the policy itself. And then on page 126, the policy for support to witnesses at hearings is to introduce some really low-level parameters, but some parameters for reasons for why counsel or support may not be provided if the decision were not to provide it. So previously there were no parameters at all. So this is an attempt to introduce some kind of parameter.
Any questions or concerns raised with the Zimmer on this?
Vulnerable. So is there a definition of what would consist a witness to be vulnerable?
We don't have a definition. I think as long as the policy does make some reference, of the vulnerable witness who requires emotional support. So normally thinking of somebody who is a victim of sexual abuse or sexual harassment, and then you go on to the next section. Registrants do have the ability to seek access to witness health records, and the college does pay for their defense of their entitlement to privacy in those cases where there are those kinds of motions. So it kind of goes together. Those are the kinds of witnesses who may have to testify at a disciplinary hearing where the college does provide that level of support. There could be arguments that anybody who is before a discipline committee is vulnerable, but these are the kinds of witnesses that it's intended.
Other questions? Okay. So we have with this two proposed motions. The first one, that the college approve amendments to policy 2-43, support and witnesses adherence. A mover for that, Kay, seconded by Fred. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Second motion for consideration, the council approve amendments to policy 2-4, subsection 4, recovery of discipline costs. Have a mover for that? Scott, seconded by Rachel. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you. Next, we have the Finance and Audit Committee, FAC policy updates. And I will ask Tony to walk us through this material, please. It starts on page 129 of our package of material.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and thank you to the council. Happy to give this update on one of the policies that we have in the finance area. So best practice is to have contingency funds in the event of some extraordinary expenses. So we've had this reserve funds policy for quite some time. It, however, has not been updated to account for inflationary change. It also hasn't been updated to reflect the fact that we've grown by 25% with a brand new profession. So our risk profile is slightly different. Now, we were in a situation up until this year, but now you're going to see with our most recent audit, we're in a much better position. But historically, we were actually depleting the reserve funds. So we're currently at our minimum for investigations and hearings, which is $300,000, and we have our contingency set at $1 million. Now, there is no current request to transfer money into the account. Where you're going to find that after today's audit discussion, that there will be a surplus that we're able to replenish our particular reserve funds for. The actual motion in question is with respect to the fact that the contingency cap minimum is actually $500,000 in the policy. That is woefully underfunded. We hold in practice $1 million, which is also underfunded. The general heuristic is 6 months of operating expenses, 6 months to a year. But nevertheless, the recommendation is just to increase so that we will hold that $1 million as a minimum. So that way we can go into it and spend it so that we're down to 500,000. We're not adding anything to it. We're just saying the minimum will be $1 million. And the overall cap for reserve funds has been set to $3 million for quite some time. Now we're nowhere near that because we've had to go into our contingencies. In fact, our total reserve is $1.7 million, so nowhere close to the 3 million. But the cap should be increased, knowing that eventually we are going to have to potentially manage more risk. So the request is to increase the value cap to 5 million from 3 million. No actual change of funds. We're requesting to change the caps, the minimum of the contingency to 1 million and the reserve fund cap to 4 million. So.
Questions, Jacob, and then Ken.
Why not raise the minimum to something more resembling 6 to 12 months or 9 months or 7 months, whatever number it is? Why not raise it to that so that we don't need to change this policy every 5 years?
So it's a fantastic question, Dr. Geisman. Part of the issue is we need to have the money first. So we've been going in reverse. We've been going negative. You don't want to set a minimum you can't have. So now we know we've got the $1 million, but to your point, I 100% agree. We're going to continue to monitor this. Always goes to FAC, executive, then of course to you folks at council, but we'll keep an eye on it to your point, sir, because I think we'll have to potentially change
at a point where we can have that 6 months, then maybe we should just check maturity to keeping the minimum of 6 months of operating expenses in reserve. Once we can do that.
Yes.
you posed my question, it's like government accounting. It looks great on paper. If we say there's 5 million, but it doesn't look like we even have short-term investments or anything to build that up, do we?
Well, so, and we'll go into this a little bit more in the audit. We do, but the difference being is there's finance difference between holdings that are 90 days or less and those that are 90 days or more. 90 days or less are called cash equivalents. So you'll see we do have short-term investments. They're mostly in cash equivalents for making good interest at the same time protecting principal. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So, any other questions? Okay,
Again, I don't know if this pertains to this. Given that behavior analyst recently joined the college, I know we don't have numbers to show, but have you looked at when a new profession starts or actually gets proclaimed by another college, the number of ICRC or investigations that you actually get and how much are we looking at? Like, is it over the next year, do you anticipate the numbers going crazy? And are we looking at, oh my God, this is not going to be able to fulfill? And when that happens, if we don't have the funds to fulfill, what happens? Do we go to the ministry? Do they lend? Like, how does it work? I don't know finance wise. I'm pretty sure you can't say people is like, sorry, we can't investigate this complaint because we don't have funds.
So we're financially independent from the ministry, and part of our duties under the RHPA is fiscal responsibility and management of the finances. That is one of the indications of a ministry supervisor, for example, if the finances were really amiss and those sorts of things. But to your original question around ABA, too early to tell. There's a bit of a sleeper effect where first register folks, and then it's over time that, complaints come in, investigations work their course through. We don't have anybody referred to discipline yet from behavior analysis. So that's going to take a little bit of time. Now, do I think there's going to be an explosion? There's no evidence to suggest that right now. But I will say, from some of our partners down south who regulate both psychology and ABA, anecdotally, I've heard that they're both very sensitive professions. So we should expect concerns from the public from both professions. So we will be ready. Now, the other piece around contingency is we don't touch contingency unless it's doomsday. So most of the time, we never have to worry about that because we budget accordingly. And in fact, this year we've been able to surplus, and we anticipated that. So the idea is stick within your budget. Of course, you want to make sure you've got good fallback contingency, but we make sure we track it so that expenses don't just go out of whack. And then at the end of the year, you folks find out about it. Every quarter, we report on that.
any other questions? Not hearing any. The motion we have for consideration is that the council approve the proposed amendments to policy 3F2 reserve funds. Moved by Kay, seconded by Fred. All question, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. The next one is on page 133, and it relates to policy 3F4 per diems and council and committee compensation. So Tony, once again, could I ask you to walk us through this?
I'm happy to, and thank you. Happy to talk about compensation. So just to take a step back, you'll see date last revised, June 2025. That's because it came to council recently. We've made some important changes. So similar to the reserve fund issue in the area of per diems, we hadn't really looked at that for any inflationary changes in a very long time. We've finally done so. Now, thank goodness for Odessa, because now once you build something, then you have to operationalize it. So we had different roles for like chair and vice chair of a committee, but some committees don't have that, or they have panels. And all this is to say, Odessa has added some fine touches and track changes. So you'll see like vice chair, council, and committee, like you'll see some additions there. There is nothing that's a major change. It really is just being more nuanced about when somebody is an actual chair for a committee or not, because there's a slightly higher per diem for that. So it's just making it a little bit more precise.
Any questions, comments regard to this proposal? Jacob.
Should I declare all of our conflicts of interest here?
Yes,
Just to be
Not
clear.
not all of them.
Well, I'll declare mine.
The professionals, the public members are not touched.
Excuse me, that's correct. Just the professional members.
Any other comments? Not hearing anything, I will ask if anyone would like to move that the council approve amendments to policy 3F-4 per diems and council and committee compensation. Okay, movers, seconded by Scott. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. Motion carried. Next, we have governance modernization strategies. And if I could ask Zimmer to walk us through, but before I do that, I do want to make a comment that this is something that the council 6 months ago said this is really important. We've learned a lot of information, particularly and reporter. And for that, we had Peyton come and speak to us, Eric and Peyton. And we said, yes, we need to move this. Really, we're working on a model that's decades old and we need to update and revise it. And we sort of said to the college staff, yes, this is important. Go away and then come back to us with something. And it's very easy for us to say that. The amount of effort and work that goes into doing that is enormous. And I think what we're seeing before us in the very long, very detailed materials that have been provided is the culmination of, to date, of the work that Zimmer has done in this area. And I just want to acknowledge, even before we begin, that this is a large amount of work that we have asked her to do, and she's come back and provided to us. And now she will present that material to us, and we'll have the opportunity to reflect and discuss and ask questions of it. So, Zimmer, please.
Thank you, Ian. So yes, just to reiterate, this is coming from March training of 2025 last year. And then at the June council meeting, council did make a motion to pursue these governance modernization strategies, particularly updating governance language, reducing council size, moving towards more equal public and professional representation on council, introducing more separation between council and committees, and establishing a competency-based model for council and committees, and finally adopting a hybrid election appointment process for council. So these are the governance modernization strategies that council wishes to pursue. So following on that motion, the next step is to look at what we can change. And then you'll see in the briefing note, there is some aspects that we can't, that we will need to seek legislative change if you want to make those additional changes. But what's proposed here, at least in the first section, are the bylaw amendments that go to making those changes that you want to change, that you want to make. And so with respect to the bylaws, what changes we are able to make are to reduce the seats on council to the minimums that are set out in the Act. If you want to go below those minimums, so the minimums are 18 members. I think currently we're at 21. So the bylaw changes would allow you to reduce to 18. If you wish to go lower than that, that's a legislative change. Moving away from geographic, title, and profession-based districts to province-wide districts, with profession-specific numbers limited to those that are set out in the Act already. The specifics of the role given to a revived governance and nominations committee, and that really comes up more in the next briefing note, which goes to policy changes, but the bylaws do speak to a lot of the functionality of the GNC. Various steps of the election process and associated timelines for that process. The process for coming up with a slate of candidates for election, the process for recommending and approving academic directors, and finally the voting process, how votes will be weighed, and given the council complement that's currently in the act. So there's a lot of detailed information in the bylaws themselves. I don't know that it would be helpful for me to go through all those details. Maybe you have specific questions about some of those details. So I'll pause there and turn it to you.
Thank you, Zim. I think we've been given this material beforehand and aware of its importance. So I will not ask Zimmer to sort of go through it, walk us through detail by detail. I think that's always the onus was on us to ensure that we were do the material prepared. So with that in mind, do we have any questions or comments for Zimmer about this? Ken and then Peter.
So first, I just want to reiterate the chair's comments with respect. When I think I was the one that made the motion, said, let's change this to board. I was just thinking, oh, whoop-de-doo, go home and we'll be done tonight. And for that, I apologize, because as I looked through this, I thought maybe it would be just one blanket thing where council is referred to, we shall substitute board. But I can see that means you actually have to read the stuff and go through it. And for that, I'm grateful and thank you. And I'll leave it at that. I don't see.
You can, Peter.
I agree. A lot of work. Thank you. Nonetheless, Zimmer, I plan to walk you into a trap. So just where council now will be a board. By your calculation, because there's a lot to read, how many people will be on the board?
18.
So Porter said to us yesterday, 10 to 12. And part of that was then, if you can get to 10 to 12, then you don't need an executive committee. So what's your take on that?
Well, it is a trap because we are stuck with the minimums that are set in our act. If we want to go down to 10 to 12, and that's a discussion I think for council to have, then we would need to make a request for legislative change, because those minimums are set out in the Psychology and Behavior Analysis Act of 2021.
And so just one quick follow-up. Right now we're 21. So we go down to 18. I mean, that's good. That's good. I volunteered to go, by the way. At the end of the day. Sad enough.
Are we that bad?
No.
There's no package now.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Glenn.
I'm not necessarily proposing it's sort of half a question of information and half a statement of information. If there's going to be one title, then my current role would go. And we already don't have the non-voting member of psych associate. So that's 1 and 1 is 2. I'll stop at that because it's half question, half statement. Can you have half a statement, half a question?
Zimmer, could I ask you to comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So I'm trying to pull out what is the question. So I think I understand. So the idea is to not have any geographic or title based seats. Rather, there are just seats.
Okay.
And they would be open to anybody, except for what the act says, there have to be minimum 3, maximum 5 ABA representatives. And the rest would be psychology. And then the public members who are appointed.
That answers the question and statement. Thank you.
Karen, did you? Okay. Rachel.
Just to follow up, just based on discussions that we've had, if you did have a nomination committee, you could decide what competencies you're looking for. So if something was deemed to be important to have representation, that could still be accounted for even within this new model. But I think that's my understanding.
Right. And I think part of the discussion yesterday included pathway to registration, educational background. So some of the things a psych associate seat might have stood for could still be accounted for in a nominations profile.
Jacob.
Two clarifying points then. We're keeping an executive committee despite the recommendation to try to get small enough to eliminate it. That just clarifying, we are keeping that from what it seems like.
There's no, the amendments don't include anything about getting rid of the executive committee.
And the second piece I wanted to just clarify, how come we still put a range if we're trying to be as narrow as possible? Why not just cap it at 8 and not cap it, just put it exactly? Or is that in legislation too to have a range?
I'm just looking to Odessa because I think there might have been a version that did include a range and then a version that was capped. I'm not sure.
The one we have has the range.
Has a range. Okay. Okay. So we could.
8 but no more than 12, 3 no more than 5 for ABA registrants, and then 8 and not more than 13 were appointed.
So the range of the ABA, that's in the legislation, but in terms of the minimum maximum, we can just have it at the minimum.
Is there a rationale for it though? I'm just curious. Maybe it's
A rationale for reducing to the minimum.
keeping the range despite the movement towards lowering them.
It might be a draft issue, sorry, a kind of version control. But the initial draft had mirrored the language that was set out in the legislation. And then there was some discussion at the executive about should it mirror exactly, or do we want to set the cap? And the decision of the executive was to set the cap. And then the draft due today was supposed to be that version, so I apologize for that.
So it's not a range of 18 to 29. What we're actually voting on is
18.
Tessa, did you have a comment?
Well, I think the reason that the reason that we can't specifically put the minimum number of council members in the bylaw is that it's going to take us some time to be able to reach that number of minimum of council members. So if we put that in the bylaw and get approved this September, then we have to make our utmost effort by next election to have 18 members, and that's something that we can't do all at once. So there needs to be like a transition period for all.
And thank you for reminding me about that. I do remember talking about that with you because the plan would not be to drop immediately from 21 to 18. It will be over the next 3 election cycles. We're not going to be dropping everybody at once. It'll be, I don't think the intention was for this upcoming election to drop any, but for the next to drop 1, and then for the following, I'll have to look at the numbers, but
for 2 years, 3 years from now, when we get down to 18, to change this again, to remove the range so that we stick with it for the future, because 10 years from now, we have a whole different council, maybe a whole different staff, and the institutional memory is short. Go back up to 29. It makes a lot of sense to formalize it.
Rachel.
I'm just curious if anybody knows what the other colleges have done who have adopted this modernization strategy, if they have gone to numbers low enough to drop,
Yeah, 2 examples.
I believe it is. And I know there are other colleges who have made requests to the ministry to change their legislation, which is similar to ours, so that they do have reduced numbers as well. I don't know that anybody has gotten that request approved so far, but there have been multiple requests submitted.
something that can maybe be done kind of collectively if everybody is going to be pursuing this direction.
What Ken?
I'm just, I haven't thought it through a lot, but I'm not fully invested in the idea of getting rid of the executive. Maybe that's what the current prevailing wisdom is from the ministry, but I'm happy with the fact that there is sort of a core team that organizes things, because I sure as heck don't want to be dragged into it. So maybe food for thought for a later date.
If I may, currently, my understanding is under the RHPA of the 7, there's 7 statutory committees, and executive is still listed as one of those. So it's currently in the RHPA that the executive committee exists for RHPA colleges, yet part of the literature is showing, you know, do we need an executive? But right now it's still in the law, so we would have to be very mindful. We wouldn't be able to just get rid of it. Yeah.
Second Ken's comment.
But I might suggest that it ask, would it be possible then, if we were to sort of get down to 10 to 12 size, to say, and our council shall be the executive? So I mean, there would be mechanisms to do that. And part of the reason, and I might mention, is for additional information, why the modernization model for regulation is moving towards the smaller council with the removal of the executive is because there seem to be a considerable amount of redundant discussions that are occurring at both levels. And that by having the smaller council, it's able to move more quickly than the larger council and thereby replace the executive. So it's that it makes it a faster moving working council and removes redundancy in processes. Let's go.
Is there a cap on the executive?
Have that in our, I apologize if I may. It's in our bylaw, I believe. Odessa, for executive, the caps, like the numbers are, I don't believe are in the law, they're in bylaw, is it?
They're in our bylaws. So it's currently all registration titles must be represented. So that's your psychological associate and behavior analyst, and 2 public members.
Another major changes we're doing is the composition of the committees. And I just want to clarify, so we're gonna have fewer council members on committee. That's made clear, it's 3 from 5. And if I remember correctly, either the chair or vice chair has to be a member of committee previously, and I can't tell if that's still true. I didn't find it yet.
That's been changed. So really trying to separate out the role of council from committees and to reduce overlap. There will still be overlap necessarily because of some obligations that there are in the act. All public members are necessarily on council and will have committee functions as well. You wear multiple hats because of the way that you're appointed and the function that you play as members of the college. The code also mandates that a professional member of council must be on every panel of the discipline committee. So that's another requirement. So we do need council members on the discipline committee. Another thing that we are leaving in the bylaw is that academic members of council will still be on the registration committee. That seems to be a pretty important intention and function of academic members to be on the registration committee. Other than that, though, other than those exceptions, there would not be appointments of council members to committees.
Rachel.
Just curious, with that in mind, what is the mechanism by which to ensure that the committees are still aligned with the strategic direction of the council? If there's nobody from council to sit on those committees, like how does that get integrated?
It really will be communications staff responsibility to train members of committees and onboard them appropriately. There will be the public members always, so they will be an important bridge between council and committees as well. But really, it will be the function of staff to really train committees on the strategic plan and for the strategic plan to really inform what the committees are doing. And I think the separation is really, the council is a body that's setting strategy, kind of making the laws, as it were. And the committees are the ones that are policing the laws and adjudicating the laws. And so you really want kind of to separate and reduce overlap as much as possible between those rules.
I'm more concerned how what happens in the committee feedback goes back to council. So you may be seeing patterns in ICRC that council needs to be aware of. And just making sure that there's a mechanism there, not necessarily an onus on the chair of that committee to have to make that bridge.
We currently have the reports from the committees back to council so that there is that communication link over to us. And the person who is responsible at college council for providing that information are the staff, not the I'll share, so a couple of the staff would report back on, say, the registration. That the process won't change. So. Other questions or comments? Okay.
Just more like a comment, when I came on as a council member, I feel being part of the committees really helped me understand a lot of things that we were doing as in council. Just a comment, I think they were really important for me to learn that process. Maybe people who come on new to the council and have that understanding, just putting them on committees for a short period of time, something, but that really helped me understand a lot of things that I know now.
Good point. And then, I mean, I know, Ken, did you want to comment on?
Really, just quickly, do we have a communication plan or strategy to let registrants know what this is going to be and how it will unfold? Or
I'm just smiling over to Jessica because she has a calendar. Yes.
she said Odessa.
And would just also point out that all of the information we're discussing now that's available to us is available to the registrants and public and the general public, as well as this discussion that's still live on YouTube. Jacob.
I think Kay's point's actually very strong, and I saw a lot of nodding around the table to it as well. I'm wondering just if there could be some sort of substitute for new council members, new board members, new board members to observe or get some training, not just in the functions and the roles of the different committees, but actually the operation of them on some level. To put that into the onboarding, should we be considering that? As we onboard people, we have them watch the big committees, right? A registration committee, ICRC committee, maybe those big two. I don't know how feasible that is. I don't know if it's necessary, but there is something lost in not having council members, board members on committees.
I might make the point, though, like a couple of things on that. One, council members are not on all of the committees, so you're not learning all of the different committees. You're learning one or maybe two, but you're certainly not learning all of them. So you already have a dearth of knowledge in some of those other areas compared to the one you work with. And what in some ways what you're talking about, and one of the members of the council was talking to me about this earlier today, which is what if we're going to be making a lot of these changes, we really also have to rethink onboarding processes for new council members, and that would be sort of incumbent on the staff to think about what we can do in terms of ensuring that the new members of council, who will also now have a new role compared to the previous members of council, on how they should be conceptualizing and implementing that new role. So we're a work in progress.
Great, I'm glad it's being thought of and new onboarding ideas are being, I don't know, brainstormed and thought of.
Yeah, early stages. Other comments, questions? With that in mind, we have some motions for consideration. First, that the following bylaw to support council-approved governance modernization strategies be approved by council. A, Bylaw 1, interpretation provisions enacted in 24. B, Bylaw 5, selection of committee chairs and committee members. Bylaw C, Bylaw 19, appointment of non-council members to committees of the college and conditions for disqualification. D, Bylaw 20, elections to council, qualifications, terms of office and conditions for disqualification. And E, Bylaw 21, committee composition. Is there anybody that would like to make that motion? Ken, seconded by Kay. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. Thank you. Motion passed. Second, The council requests amendments to the Psychology and Applied Behavior Analysis Act that would seek parity between public and professional representation on council, and that would reduce the size of the college council overall. And I'd like to make that motion. Fred, seconded by Kay. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. Thank you. Third, should amendments to bylaw 1 interpretation provisions be approved for enactment in the form, which you just did, that the terminology in all college bylaws, policies, and other documents and communications be updated. Sorry. Do I have a mover for this? Olivia, seconded by Conrad. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. Last one, all in favor, we passed that, and we just gave a huge amount of work, that last one. So it's a lot of documents to review. So, and by the way, we will likely be seeing these again, I would imagine, as we go through the next chunk of them. So next, we'll move on to college governance policies for approval. And Jessica, could I ask you just to walk through these new sections? That starts, I should say, on page 165 of the journal.
Sure. So this kind of goes hand in hand with the bylaw amendments. So the policy amendments to support all the changes that you've just passed primarily is to operationalize some of these changes. So the first major change would be to revive the Leadership and Nominations Committee, as it used to be called, and to rename it to be the Governance and Nominations Committee. So this would be the committee that would really be involved in the logistics of finding a slate of candidates, reviewing candidates against the competency framework that we discussed and that will be worked through and brought back to council at a later time. So really to take these steps to make this happen in the way that you would like to have happened as you have passed in the bylaw. So that's the Governance and Nominations Committee. And then the other policies that are being proposed are really also kind of to keep up with the bylaw changes that you've just requested be made, to change the executive committee terms of reference and role. When the Nominations and Leadership Development Committee was collapsed into the executive committee took on those roles. And now that we're going to be reviving that and adding to it to take those back. So that's that policy. And then to also be more specific about the roles and responsibilities of the board of directors and the role of the committee chair and vice chair. Some of that is taken from the bylaw because it is more of a policy language. And one place in the bylaw, it actually refers to itself as policy, which was a good signal to us that maybe there should be a policy and it shouldn't be in bylaw. So these are kind of really clarity and specifying what are the roles of the different individuals involved in governance and to really have some policy to support those.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Jacob?
Not sure I understand if council, because I don't think I was present for 5 years ago, voted to take this away because it had no added value according to an audit. What's changed that we want to put it back in? Isn't it still redundant for and could be done by the executive committee?
So the Nominations and Leadership Committee, as it was then, had a much more limited role than what is being proposed here for the Governance and Nominations Committee. And that was what was thought to be redundant. So the Leadership and Nominations Committee was really responsible for training for council and for nominating committee members. And that was the limited extent of its role.
Selection process.
Not the broad selection process. And in addition to that broad selection process, both for elections and for committee appointments, there are additional governance roles that we are anticipating the GNC would take on, in particular, coming into compliance with the CPMF in terms of governance review with a third-party review at once every 3 years. So that's something that has been added to the role of the Governance and Nominations Committee. So it is a more expanded role. And also, the idea is to, again, separate that from what the Executive Committee is doing, to have kind of a separation between who's running for election and not having kind of people wear that same hat while they are kind of on the body corporate. I mean, they still will be, but trying to separate as much as we can where we can.
Other questions or comments on this? Not seeing any. We have a few motions to consider. One, that the council reinstate policy 2-9 and thereby revive the Nominations and Leadership Development Committee to be renamed the Governance and Nominations Committee, GNC. Is there anybody who would like to make that motion? Marianne, seconded by Kay. All in favor? Opposed? One in opposition, abstention? Motion carried. Second, that the council approve amendments to policy 2-11, updating the executive committee's term of reference role in light of the revival of the GNC. Anyone like to make that motion? Okay, seconder. Marianne. All in favor? Opposed? Abstention? One abstention. Three, that the council approve the creation of policy 1-16 to provide clarity and transparency, I should say, regarding the roles and responsibilities of college directors. Anyone like to make that motion? Scott, seconded by Conrad. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Fourth, council approved the creation of policy 1-17. Provide clarity and transparency regarding the role of committee chairs and vice chairs in light of proposed amendments to Bylaw 5. Would like to make that motion? Fred, seconded by Olivia. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
Not an abstention.
Motion passed. All right, thank you. Ken.
Are 3 and 4 essentially job descriptions?
In a sense, but it does provide that level of clarity and transparency to what's expected, and so also for members of the public, policies, they can see what.
Might not be quite as micro as you're getting it.
Boundaries and expectations.
Thank you.
Okay, Glenn.
That's why I voted in favor as opposed to opposed or abstention. And by the way, I'm just respectful and reminding my friends that abstention doesn't necessarily mean you're against it. Means you undecided or don't feel you have enough info.
Thank you. Any other comments on the work we've just done? Right. Thank you. Now, I'm taking a look at our agenda, and we still have item 4. 4J, proposed amendments to Bylaw 23, professional corporations. But we also have guests who have come in and arrived. They were going to be commenting on item 5A, and that's going to be for a chunk of time. We started this section early. I'd like to suggest that we take a 5-minute break And then come back in let's say a 10-minute break. We're 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Actually moved us ahead of schedule. So let's take a 10-minute break. We will welcome our visitors to come and present to us. And then on item 5A after the break. So we will get back together at 1:38. 1:38. Thank you very much.
That's the big conference.
Yeah.
first and a presentation of those statements. And if I could ask Tony to introduce our speakers.
I'm so grateful to have the team from Hilborn here. Thank you, Joy and Leanna, our auditors. This is our annual tradition. We do it to ensure that we're being financially responsible and adherent to all accounting rules. And we have our auditors here to communicate those findings to you today. Over to you, Leanna.
To see everyone again. It's been like a year. It goes by so fast. Okay, so we're going to go through a couple of documents, the finance communication and then the draft financial statements. So I have a meeting at the end of August with the Finance and Audit Committee. So we reviewed these documents in detail and they answered any questions and we made any changes to the drafts as necessary. So the audit finance communication, this is addressed to the Finance and Audit Committee and it's basically designed to present the results of the audit. And then we're issuing this communication in accordance with our Canadian auditing standards, which require us to communicate in a verbal or written format. So we're adhering to that. If you want to skip over to the executive summary, like I said earlier, I have reviewed this in detail with the Finance and Audit Committee. So I'm just going to do some highlights. So if we start with the executive committee or executive summary, the status of the audit. So basically we finished probably 95% of our audit procedures, but before we can release the final financial statements, there's a few things that we have to do. We have to do a subsequent events review from the time that we did our audit up to the date that the council approves the draft financial statements, which hopefully will be today. We have to get a management representation letter signed. And then evidence that the council has approved the draft financial statement. So once that is all done, then we are good to release the final financial statements. We are expecting to issue an unmodified opinion, and that hasn't changed since I met with the Finance and Audit Committee. And when we go over the draft financial statements, you'll see our auditor's report and our opinion. We are confirming that we're independent throughout the whole audit process and comply with all ethical requirements regarding independence. We encountered no significant difficulties when we were performing the audit. There's no unresolved disagreements, and we received full cooperation from management. So I just want to take time to thank Tony and Stephanie for all their assistance during the audit. And then changes from the audit plan, the approach that we took was consistent with the approach that we communicated in our audit planning communication, which we sent out in July. And our final materiality was also consistent with our preliminary materiality. So we set a materiality level, which is a quantitative number that we use to determine our audit procedures and how many random samples that we're going to do and which significant balances that we're going to audit. So there's no changes to that. So that means that nothing unexpected came up that would require for us to change that. Go on to the next page. So as part of our audit procedures, we have to assess the qualitative aspects of the college's accounting practices. So this includes 3 items. We have to look at the accounting estimates that management has made. Based on our audit procedures, we're satisfied with the estimates. We have to review the accounting policies that the college has adopted to ensure that they're still appropriate for the college and that they've been consistently applied. So we did that, and there's basically been no changes from prior year, and there was no reason to change it. And then the third thing is we have to look at the financial statement presentation and disclosure and ensure that there's been appropriate disclosures in the financial statements and they're in accordance with accounting standards for non-for-profit organizations. So we took that. And there was no issues. So now we can go to other significant matters. So under our Canadian auditing standards, we're also required to communicate to the Finance and Audit Committee about other significant matters, and they're listed below. So if we come across any uncorrected misstatements, we have to identify those and communicate those to the Audit and Finance Committee. Those are usually not material items, so they're not going to affect our opinion on the financial statements. or the actual figures in the financial statements. And again, if we come across any other corrected misstatements, we advise the management, should we record this? And yes, so there was 2 adjusting journal entries during the year. Significant deficiencies in internal control. So we did not identify any significant deficiency in internal control. However, we put this note in the audit findings communication just to remind everybody that with a small organization, there isn't always the ability to have segregation of duties. So there's always compensating controls in place, and the biggest ones are monitoring and reviewing and approving. So those controls should stay in place and be maintained throughout the continued operations of the college. We didn't discover any fraud or non-compliance with laws and regulations. There were no related party transactions or balances that need to be disclosed in the financial statements. There's no subsequent events that need to be disclosed in the financial statements. And then we have a paragraph on the college performance measurement framework. So, and there's no issues there. So we have to review that as part of our audit procedures. What we usually do is review the college's reserves policy and just make sure that the financial statements are in accordance with the policy. Does anybody have any questions or comments before we go over to the draft financial statements? Let's go to the draft financial statements. Skip to the independent audit page. Okay, so the first couple of pages is the independent auditor's opinion. So it provides you with what our opinion is, and basically it says in the second paragraph there that the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the college, results of its operations and its cash flows, and they are in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. So that's the key paragraph there. The rest of the wording, it's basically standard wording year from year. It goes through, what is management responsible for? What is those charged with governance responsible for? And what does the auditor do, and what are the auditor's responsibilities? That's what the rest of that is all about. And then the date will be the date that the council approves the draft financial statements. There's basically no changes there. And we're issuing an unqualified opinion, so that's a great thing. So if we go to the statement of financial position, so I'm just going to do some highlights for you. So the statement of financial position basically outlines the financial position of the college at a particular point in time, which is May 31st, 2025, with comparing figures for 2024. It outlines what the assets are, so that's what's owned by the college, and what the liabilities are, which is obligations owed by the college. And the difference between the assets and liabilities equals the net assets, which is all the reserve funds. Under assets, you'll see that cash and cash equivalents increased from the prior year, and that's basically because there was additional cash received from the members during the year by May 31st, 2025. So that balance basically is the cash in the bank account, plus there's GICs that are redeemable within 90 days. So there's a liquidity associated with them. Property and equipment. So the college invested in furniture and fixture during the year is about $4,000, and then computer equipment of about $63,000. Capital assets gets amortized over its useful life. So even though there's additions, you'll see that the amount went down because the assets are being written off over time. So basically computers like 3 years. Office and furniture equipment lasts a bit longer, so maybe 20 years. Like that. And leasehold improvements, they're written off over the term of the lease. Under current liabilities, you'll see that accounts payable and accrued liabilities Included in that amount is in invoices, like supplier invoices that weren't paid as of May 31st, but were paid after that date, but still pertain to the 2025 fiscal year. And things like accruals are in there, like vacation pay accrual, maybe payroll deductions that are paid subsequently. The other fees in there, there's TD merchant fees for any credit card charges. They usually come out of the bank account, the following month. So that's what's included there. Plus, there's an amount payable to the Ministry of Community MCCSS.
Yes.
The minister, one of them. There's a payable in there because that program ended during the year, so it's about $77,000. Registration fees received in advance. So you see there's a big increase there. So that what that balance represents is basically all the members who have paid their dues in advance that pertain to next fiscal year. Reason for the increase is because of the age of the behavioral analysts. That's basically what that is. And most of that money is sitting in the bank. One of the reasons why the bank account balance went significantly up from the prior year. And then the lease inducements, like I said earlier, so those would have been anything that you received when the college signed its new lease, and those lease improvements or inducements are being written off over the term of the lease, so they'll expire in December 2031. And then under net assets, these are all the fund balances at May 31st, 2025. So during the year, the council approved 2 transfers, one from the investigations and hearing reserve and one from the fee stabilization reserve fund. So as you recall, last year there was a deficiency of revenues over expenses of just over $300,000. So those 2 transfers of, I think it was 54,000 and 141,000 help to reduce the trend. What would you say? Allocated some of those funds over to reduce the effect of the deficiency last year. And then the only other fund that increased in value was the unrestricted. And that's because there was a large surplus during the year. And we'll see that when we go through the statement of operations. There's about $1.1 billion. Any questions or comments?
Just comment at the end of that, 2 years in the making, right? Because we were talking about those deficits and weeding down the reserve fund. So nice to see it on the green.
The statement of financial statement, basically overall, it says that the college is in good financial position. Okay, it can meet its current assets are greater than its current liabilities, which means that it can has enough cash resources to pay its obligations both now and in the future. And then you've got some money left over for a rainy day. All right, so let's go over to the statement of operations. So as you can see, revenues increased a lot, and the biggest increase was obviously to the registration fees. And there's 2 things that happened during the year. First of all, the annual fees were increased from $795 to $1,200. So that allowed the revenues to increase. And then there was the addition of the behavioral analyst members. There was a small increase in the psychologist members as well. That accounts for the increase there. Examination fees, that's basically because of the increase in the writers for behavioral analysts. Interest income was pretty flat from the prior year. And then as you can see, the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services grant, that program ended in on July the 1st. So there was only a portion of that recognized as revenues this year, and there's an offset with expenses in the same amount. Those have to equal each other. Under expenses, expenses also increased during the year, and the biggest increases were in administration, professional services, and the hearings and investigations and resolutions. So in the number, what's included in administration is things like rent, telephone and internet, insurance, bank charges, all that sort of stuff that accumulates as part of running the general operations or the office of the college. And also what's included in there is payroll. So the biggest increase was in the payroll expenses from one year to the next. So there was increased salaries to be competitive and make sure that there was less turnover of staff during the year, which, you know what, everyone has the same issue across different types of industries as well. And then there was 5 new hires, and then there was 2 people that retired. That's what happened there. Under professional services, that's where computer consulting on long-term contractors are. And there was a shift with the database providers. So there was increased costs associated with that. That's what professional services went up. And then with hearings and investigations, so this is basically related to all the cases that the college has to investigate. Okay, so these matters sometimes take more time than the previous year. So those numbers fluctuate from year to year depending on what cases are outstanding and how much time is involved to do the legal part and the investigations. So this year, you'll be happy to note that there was an excess of revenues over expenses for the year. So it's like 1.17 million. So that was a really good turnaround from the prior year. Anybody have any questions or comments? All right, so the next statement is pretty simple and straightforward. At a very high level, it basically summarizes the activity in each of the funds. All the internally restricted funds are grouped together on this statement, and there's a note breaking down the balances. The key here is the other transfers. So the other transfers is the amounts that were transferred, or the council approved 2 transfers from those 2 funds. So those are detailed out in note number 6. The next statement is the statement of cash flows. So this is strictly on a cash basis. Basically tells you where the college derived its cash from and then where it was spent. So as you can see, there was about $2.6 million generated from just general operations. So that's collecting all membership fees and paying the employees and the suppliers, just from general operations, your day-to-day activities of the college. And then on the investment side, there was purchases of property and equipment, which was the furniture and fixtures, or furniture and equipment, and the computer equipment that was purchased. And then investments are usually rolled over. If they're 90-day investments, they're usually rolled over. And that just represents that whatever was put into investments, they were redeemed at the same amount, and this balances to the cash on the statement of financial position. So the next part of the statements is the notes to the financial statements. So these just provide additional information on the college. So there's background information on the college. The significant accounting policies are all listed there. And as I mentioned earlier, we review all the policies. I'm not going to go through all of those. And then the other notes basically have just been updated for any current year figures. There's nothing really that changed from the prior year. Just wanted to bring your attention to note 6. This is the internally restricted fund. So I just wanted to point this out and what the balances are at May 31st, 2024. And then the council has approved the 2 transfers. And then the only other note that I want to bring to your attention is the contingent liabilities. So the college has cases going on consistently, on an annual basis. Not everything gets resolved by the end of the year. So this note just covers that. So all the costs related to those cases have been reported in the financial statements, but the outcome is unknown. So there's been no accruals for any additional costs. They'll be reported when they're actually performed. Basically from any investigators, legal counsel. Okay, so that's it. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Yeah, you talked about excessive revenues exceeding $1 million. At what point does Revenue Canada look at that, or Canada Revenue Agency, and say, hey, you're not for profit, that's profit? Like, have we ever attracted the attention of them for that much money?
They don't, there's no guidelines. So
Okay.
CRA just has this blanket, you're not supposed to have anything that, you're not supposed to make a profit, like, but it happens all the time, but they do recognize that you need to build up reserves.
Okay.
Because if something happens, you need to have something to build on, because where are you gonna get the money from? Right? Then you have to go to your members and do a special assessment or something. So they do recognize that. Okay? If it was $10 million, I think I'd be a little bit more concerned. Then they'll come in and look at, well, what revenue, they'll look at your revenue streams and try and figure out what should be taxable.
If I can have,
Buying and selling things, something like that. They'll say that's a taxable supply, so we need to collect income taxes from you.
and
HST probably.
precisely, and just to add to that, this is a one-time thing. So council knew ahead of time, you're gonna get a lot of money from behavior analysts and none of the costs. Yay! It's gonna happen once. It's a sleeper effect. Everybody pays for the exam, everybody pays their fee. Nobody's gone through anything yet in terms of the actual costs. We know our subsequent budget won't have that surplus. We aimed for this knowing we have to replenish our investigations and hearings fund. We're down to its policy minimum of $300,000. And last year we were only able to take $54,000 of it to bring it down to its minimum. So now finally we'll be able to, over time with FAC's blessing, reallocate this surplus. But we are not expecting this surplus to continue in the future. And we increased by 25%. We are adding staff. We have not fully added our complement. We are still working quite hard, making sure that we're lean, that we're not having too much staff, but there still will be some HR changes this fiscal.
The other thing I'd like to add to what Tony said is when you do end up with a surplus, and you look at your reserve funds, and that's why the reserve funds have to be looked at on an annual basis. So as Tony mentioned, the investigations and hearing reserve fund is only sitting at 300,000. But if you look at the history, it's been, like I said, it does fluctuate, but it's for the past 2 years, it's like up at 786. So, there's an opportunity to go, okay, I think we should beef up that reserve fund. So let's transfer maybe another 300. And you have the ability to do that.
I know we had a discussion about reserve funds going up to 6 months of operating cost. What is the operating cost on a yearly basis anyways?
But when you look at your operating costs on a reserve fund for contingency reserve funds, it's usually anywhere from 6 months to a year. Okay, so you have to look at what your admin costs would be. So that would be any salaries and rent and all those administrative.
So over this year, approximately how much did we touch at?
Well, you're sitting at like 4.2 million.
The cost. So technically 6 months would be 2 million.
Yeah.
We don't even have the money to up that. So the CRA is going to be tracking us down quite yet. But yeah, theoretically, the operating cost is higher than what we have in contingencies right now.
But there's, again, if you look at it, like, it's a policy that each different non-for-profit organization or college has to look at it, because, because it's all individual. So there might be some organizations that will only need, a smaller amount, because they don't have the same, I guess, risks associated with, these hearings. They don't have risks associated with their premises. Maybe they're operating on a very small budget for administrative staff, so things like that have to be looked at.
Friday, one more question. We recently actually I sat through an audit for our company. With this audit, when we do audit for college of psychology and analysts, do we also look at future projections? Do we know? I know because this year has been different because since the proclamation and the new behavior analysts coming in and the revenue coming in, do we have kind of numbers to talk about what we are projecting for next year budget so we can plan out a little bit more?
Happy to answer that. That's finance. So there's two different sciences of business here, finance and accounting or audit. Purpose here today, and the individuals here are auditors, they're accountants. So their job is to make sure that everything is by the book, that there's no sort of malfeasance or anything like that. Finance is about how do you actually fund the things you want to do, and that tends to be looking forward. So what Leanna is doing is taking a cross-section, a snap in time, May 31st, 2025, and looking at that year. Finance is about looking forward. That is something that finance and audit looks into. We are really turning around our finances. The senior team needs a little bit of time. So even in terms of doing like more modeling and projections on the finance side, we aren't there yet, but we do anticipate.
As part of our audit procedures, we do ask about the future because we have to make sure there isn't a yes. We don't just regard that. We want to make sure that with the, with the losses that were going along until this year, it's like, what are your plans for the next year? Yeah. Well, what are your plans? And we do that with everyone, corporations and non-profit organizations.
Scott.
I cannot stress enough the need to fully fund your reserves. And this is where we're heading. It's so important that, and coming from the municipal world, that was number one. Whenever there was a surplus, it went back into funding those reserves because and we've seen the impact of having a shortfall.
Yeah.
So, and when Tony came online, one of the first things we had a discussion about was getting the financial house in order. I think the comment earlier was this was 2 years of work.
Yeah.
So some of the decisions we've made today around putting money back into the reserves and everything else will pay dividends down the road.
I'd also like to make a comment, if I could, about our past. And I think it's important to recognize that, yes, we've got this additional revenue in this year because of the additional behavior analysts. But we also paid a cost in earlier years in terms of all the work that went into that, some of which had expenses attached to it. There were a number of meetings certainly we had with people in attendance and supporting that. All the work that was done between meetings. And long before we ever saw any of the funds come in from the registration. So yes, there were deficits in recent years, but part of those deficits were because we knew we'd be having this additional coming in. So there was some planfulness to those previous deficits. So not all of it, some of it. So just mention that comment. Any other questions or comments about the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending May 31st, 2020? If I'm not hearing anything, I have a couple of motions here I'd like to comment on. First one is that the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending May 31st, 2025 be approved. Would anybody like to make that motion? Ken, seconded by Glenn. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Second one, that the firm of Hillborn LLP be appointed as auditors for the college for the year ending May 31st, 2026. Anyone like to make that motion? Kay, seconded by Conrad. All in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you next year, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much, very, very much. I know we are all very fortunate to have this relationship and to have the clear and detailed information that's provided to us in a way that we can understand. So thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay. We have, Tony will be coming back to us in a moment, and we can deal with item 5. Yeah, 4, thank you. Yeah, item 4J, starting on page 174 of our package. And that is proposed amendments to bylaw 23, professional corporations. And as I say, that's on page 174. We don't want to turn to that because right now I'll ask Tony to discuss the proposed amendments to bylaw 23, professional corporations. Tony.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you to the council, and a special thank you to Odessa and team who caught this. So in doing our scan of bylaws and making sure things are up to date and all that good stuff, it turns out we had a typo. So it's a minor error in bylaw 23 subsection 23.2. It refers to a subsection that wasn't there. So it was just a missing piece of information that, I tell you, if anybody wants a Where's Waldo, who's going to find Waldo out of, out of a group of people, it'll be Odessa. So thank you, Odessa, for that fine acuity of your eye. It's a non-material change, but it is a correction that we'd like to do.
Okay. So with that in mind,
Just have a comment if that's okay. I know this is a fairly small kind of thing, but I think it's really impressive that Odessa found this and that the team is looking for things like this.
Yep.
I think it really, really speaks to the attention to detail of the whole team. Again, really minor, relatively meaningless, but it speaks to that attention to detail. It's very impressive. So just want to tweet that out.
I'd like to second what Jacob just said, but I'm wondering also if I have a follow-up question with that. Is there software that can be used to help avoid similar things? So for example, this is a subsection and you click it and it automatically takes you to what it's referring to, just to help avoid some of these issues in the future.
That's fantastic thought, Conrad. There likely is software like this. Let's turn our minds now that we're in a different position, even financially, where we can invest in certain software and those sorts of things. We can look into that. We're interested in technology. Let's just put it this way, in reducing inefficiencies. So even things, we're not ready for AI yet. We know this, that would come down the line, but we're looking into all of those options. So maybe we'll look into some software as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Good thoughts. Any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, queries with regard to proposed amendments to bylaw 23, professional corporation? Not hearing anything, I'm happy to take a motion with the council to approve the amendments to bylaw 23, professional corporation, specifically subsection 23.2, to update statutory reference in the health professions procedural code. Any movers? Olivia, and seconded by King. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Thank you all very much. Motion passed. Moving us on to a discussion of the strategic direction implementation chart updates. Tony, could I ask you to walk through that? Starts on page 213 of our package.
Thank you. And here we are with the implementation chart, really a high level of a lot of what we talked about today. So, the scope of practice change around prescription privilege in development. Well, we talked about that today. We talked quite a bit around registration, around governance, the ABA exam. So a lot on the go. One thing we didn't talk about today that we will be talking about in December is a more robust communication strategy. So one of the things we've been turning our minds to is how do we communicate out information and what are the most efficient ways of doing that? So for example, we get requests where I will go to individual practices or to universities, and I love doing that. And I'll travel from, one side of the province to the other. Folks know this. And how do we make sure that we're doing this in a fair way? We now have almost 7,000 registrants when we include ABA. So we're really turning our mind to how do we do this as judiciously as possible, and that we make sure that we are disseminating information. So that's going to come your way.
Happy to answer questions. Any questions about the updated 2023-2028 implementation chart of our strategic direction implementation? Not hearing anything. I will move this on. Next council meetings. The next one is December 12th of this year, virtual council meeting. In person, we have a training day on the 26th of March of next year and a full council meeting on the 27th of March, 2026. So we will have a chance to get together again towards the end of March.
Is the December 12th meeting in person?
No, that will be virtual.
Oh, okay, so that's it. Because that's.
Thank you. I think there may have been some misinformation that went out earlier on.
Okay.
I apologize. But it is a virtual. Okay, any questions about that? I'm not hearing anything. I have an HR matter to discuss in camera. I would like to have a motion, if possible, to move us to in camera. Moved by Scott, seconded by Olivia. All in favor? All right, thank you. We will now move in camera.